You need me to move that? Oh, you need me to move that? Oh, that's good. Okay. So,
Got ready?
yeah,
Rock?
it is. Yeah.
Go. Let's see. Yeah, we got a electrical circuit out and we can figure that out.
Okay.
But yeah, your mic set up?
Yes.
Go.
Oh.
We're gonna get our first workshop done.
Are you going to say any words on the big mic trick or
Yep.
just getting started?
So I'll speak a little bit, let everybody know.
Okay.
And go down here to settings. Just have to change
One more.
Peace, peace, peace. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Can you guys hear me in the back? A little bit more? Can we get the mic up a little bit more, maybe? Cool. So, how does it feel to be at the second annual Wakanda Weekend? Yeah, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. How does it feel to be at the second annual Wakanda Weekend? There we go. That's a little better. That's a little better. So it's an honor to get things started. My name is Bubba Peace, and we are a very flow-oriented collective. I'm one of the co-founders for Peace Medi Moves and the founder of Be Peace Productions. And the thought is that we, as a Pan-African, Black, African diaspora, we have to come together. And a part of coming together means doing new things, trying new things, and being new things, right? So we are going to start off with a workshop in yoga featuring one of our amazing yogis in the community. Can everybody give a round of applause to Tia, please? And for those online, if folks are online, we hope that you will join us on the live stream. But I just invite any willing participants to come set up one of these yoga mats, because we got 6 yoga mats right here. So whether it's a young person, whether it's a person who's a parent, I just invite y'all up because this is what it's about. Healing involves doing something that's uncomfortable. So I just encourage you to step out of your comfort zone just for this workshop, if you're willing to. Can I get a couple folks? New things. Cool. And without further ado, I will pass it over to you, Tierra.
Yoga is the journey through the self to the self. And through this practice, it's a great way for you to create a firm sense of who you are. And this is not an artificial sense. This is a feeling sense. This is creating space within your body so that you can be with your true and highest self. So without further ado, we are going to begin with some light stretching. Go ahead and meet in Sukhasana, which is crisscross applesauce. Make sure that you guys take your socks off for this practice. That is just one thing. Black people hate taking their socks off. And I always got to say it, like, it's okay. Take your socks off. It's just for your safety. I'll give them just a couple seconds. Awesome. So the practice of yoga is very much about conscious breathing and using our breath as a tool to anchor to the present moment and get out of our minds. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and root down through the hips. As Andre's new album plays for us, he's going to serenade us today. Lengthen up through your crown. Draw your belly toward your spine. Take your shoulders, lift them up and away. And gently soften your eyes. You should feel a slight lift from your crown toward the ceiling as though there's a strand of hair being pulled upward. And begin to bring awareness to your breath. Find it within your body. And notice how you don't have to do anything for your body to breathe. Now begin to bring conscious awareness to your breath. Deepen just a little. Slow exhale out. And continue to bring awareness to that breath, deepening it with every breath you take. Let the outside noise melt away as you come to your center. This is what life is like, right? There's always distraction. But you can always come back to this moment right here just by focusing on your breath. Your thoughts will come rolling in, and that's okay. Treat them as clouds. See the shape that they take on, and then let them pass. I'd like to walk you through a guide. I recently visited a place where they created dream boxes. And it was a box where you put all of your hopes, dreams, wishes, goals, desires in. And you place it underneath your pillow at night. And you pray with it in the morning. So during our class today, I would like for you to create your own dream box. Imagine that that box is in front of you now. Open the lid and begin to place some goals inside, some desires, some hopes. Let this be limitless. If you had everything that you needed for these things to be achieved, put those types of ideas in your box. Go ahead and seal your box now. Place the lid back on top. And as you do, imagine that it starts to glow, a bright golden light. We're going to take this golden box and place it in the center of your heart. Let yourself be open to receive these things, these feelings, these experiences that come through this practice today. And with every breath that you take throughout this class, you will be adding fuel to this box, adding more lights, creating more space for this thing to materialize in your life. So when you're ready, take a deep breath in. Slow, deep breath out. And gently open your eyes. Thank you. So we're going to begin our practice. It's going to be a nice, light, and easy flow. Let's go ahead and move into tabletop. All right, knees are under hips, wrists are under shoulder blades. Make sure you're pressing into the tops of your feet, pressing into all 5 fingers. Belly draws in toward the spine. Good job. Take a deep breath in. Let your belly drop toward the ground. Chin goes up toward the sky. This is cow pose. Exhale. Draw your belly in toward your spine. Round out through the shoulder blades and chin comes into chest. This is cat. Again, deep breath in. Drop your belly low. Deep curve in the lumbar spine as your chin goes up. Exhale. Round it out. Take this last round on your own. Deep breath in. Drop the belly low. Coming back into a neutral spine, we're going to just draw 3 hearts, or 3 circles. I always say hearts. 3 circles in one direction on your mat with your heart. 3 circles in the opposite direction. From here, you're going to touch your 2 big toes together. Sink your hips back. We're going into child's pose. Reach up to the top edge of your mat. Lower your third eye to the ground. Take a deep breath into the back. Exhale out the mouth. Let something go. Take another deep breath in. Slow, deep breath out. Let your body become heavy. And then take another deep breath in. Exhale, release. Come back into tabletop. Tuck your toes. Send your hips high, downward dog. You're going to be tooting your hips up toward the sky, making an upside down V with your body. So bring your hips up higher. Walk your feet in closer. Yeah, there you go. Because we want to be upside down V. Hips to the sky. Good job. Deep breath in. Look forward, step forward. Good job. We're going to meet in a forward fold, ragdoll. So when you make it here, let your head hang loose. Let all of the thoughts that you're having right now just go. Let it all release. Draw your belly to your spine, bend your knees, and let your belly come on top of your thighs. There you go. Take a deep breath in. Exhale, release your head down even further. Shake your head yes. Shake your head no. Notice how that helps you deepen into your posture. And take another deep breath into the hips. Exhale out your mouth. Inhale, you're going to slide your hands up onto your shins, lengthen through your crown, and draw your belly to the spine. Good job. Tape halfway tabletop. Exhale, fold again. Now you're going to root down through all four corners of your feet to rise up nice and easy as we come into mountain pose. Yes, rise vertebrae by vertebrae, and then your arms come up and overhead. Good job. Yes. Reach up toward the ceiling with your fingertips. Yeah, bring your pinkies in toward one another. Externally rotate. Yeah, good job. Deep breath in. Exhale, cactus the arms. Let your heart shine forward. Remember that dream box we created. It's right here. Inhale, back up. Prayer hands to the heart. Ooh. Now I want you to take a second and set an intention for yourself today. What do you see coming for your day? What do you want to see coming for your day? What miracles do you want to see unfold in your day today? Set that intention now. As you are a creator, you are the God of your life. So this is the moment where you set that scene. Take a deep breath in, let your arms float up and overhead. We're going to begin our flow. We're going to match one movement, one breath. So it's going to be inhale up, exhale down for every move. Exhale down. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Place your hands on the mat. Step or hop back to a plank. Take a deep breath in. Exhale, lower to your knees. Lower to your chest. Lower to your chin. Good job. Inhale up for a tiny cobra. So you're just going to press into the tops of your feet. Press into your hands. Peel your heart up off the mat. And then lower down. Take another deep breath in. Peel your heart up. Gaze goes to the top of your mat. Exhale, lower down. And one more time. Deep breath in. Pressing away from the top edge of your mat. Exhale to lower down. Inhale to tuck your toes and send your hips high for downward dog. And then exhale as you settle in, pedal it out. Walk your feet up a little bit more here. Take 5 breaths here. And I'm have you walk your feet right where my hand is. And come up a little bit more. Oh, okay, does that feel better? Okay. Take a deep breath in. Look forward, step forward to the top of your mat. Good job. We meet in our fold. And then we're going to root down to rise up. Take it nice and easy. As a matter of fact, as you rise, go ahead and massage your feet and your legs and your knees as you come up. Send some love to your body. And don't skimp out on yourself either. Like, this is your only body. You got to love that thing. Thank it for letting you walk today. Thank you for letting you experience life today. To let you feel today, to let you touch today, to let you taste today, to let you see today. This body is amazing. Yes. And then when you make it finally up to the top, take a deep breath in and bring your hands back up and overhead. Exhale your hands to the heart. So what you guys just did is a sun salutation. It's a salute to the sun, thanking it for giving us life today. So we'll do that flow one more time. Okay, so ground down through all 4 corners. Belly draws in, deep breath in, let your arms float up and overhead. Exhale, swan dive down, forward fold. Inhale to halfway lift. Exhale to fold. Inhale as you step back for your plank. Lower down as you exhale, knees, chin, chest. Inhale for that cobra, peeling your heart up off the mat. Exhale, lower down. Again, inhale, peel your heart up. Squeezing your elbows in toward the ribs as you press into the tops of your toes, lower down. One more time. Deep breath in. Exhale, lower down. Tuck your toes, hips go high. Big breath in, downward dog. And then we're gonna look forward, step forward as you exhale to walk to the top of your mat. And we meet in our fold again. Good job, you guys. Inhale to halfway lift. Exhale to fold. Root down to rise up. Big breath in. Tadasana. Exhale, hands to your heart. Very good. From here, she's like, okay, are we done yet? No, not yet, not yet. Ground down through all four corners. Your hands are at your heart. We're remembering that dream box that we created, right? Seeing that bright golden glow. And I want you to open your arms really big to open up and receive it. Draw your pinky and your thumb back as your heart shines forward. Deep breath in. Exhale, wrap your arms around your body. One elbow on top of the other. Good job. Take a nice squeeze. Give yourself a hug. Go ahead and close your eyes. Lower your head down onto your shoulder and rock from side to side. Take a deep breath in. And on your exhale, in your mind or out loud, let yourself know that you got you. I got me. Again, say to yourself, I got me. Take a deep breath into that space. Open your arms nice and big again. Opening up this energy, yes, of love for yourself. Exhale to go ahead and wrap around opposite arm on top. Holding on to your shoulders, pull them away from your ears. Yes, and then let your head fall over to the opposite side. Soften your eyes. Take another deep breath in. Send love to yourself. And then we're going to take another deep breath in. Open the ends nice and big. Last time. Arms float up. And then we cactus. Squeeze your booty cheeks together as your shoulder blades come down the back. Inhale back up. Exhale to a forward fold. As you make your way here, we're going to actually come down into a tiny little ball. Bringing your chin into your chest, belly to the spine. Take a deep breath in the back of your neck. Exhale, lower down onto your knees. And today's class is really big, just about heart openers. So we're going to move into a camel pose. You stay right here on your knees, coming onto your heel with your hands. So we're going to come up just like this. You're going to reach back for your heels. And then you're going to let your heart come forward like your hips are being pulled toward the top edge of your mat. Yes, take a deep breath in. This is a really big heart opener. And then on the exhale, you're going to release from your fingertips and then roll up the spine, just nice and easy. Yeah. Good job. Bring your hands up and overhead. And then we're going to flip our toes, come down and sit just like this. Hands come to the heart. So we're going to do a breathing exercise now. It's called lion's breath. It's just here to ignite the inner lion and lioness within you and also to ignite courage. So from here, you're going to open your legs just a little bit, and I'll come this way. You're going to open your legs just a little bit. Take your hands, place your fingertips in toward the feet. Yes, good job. And then you're going to take a deep breath in. And when you breathe out, you're going to extend your tongue and roar. So it's going to look like this, and it's a little bit crazy, but just feel into it. It's a breathing technique. So your eyes go up into the third eye, and your tongue goes out. And I'll show you what it looks like. So it's going to be like. So this is our way of roaring, right? So we're going to roar out this lion's breath, and we're going to call that energy in. And that's literally what yoga is about, is calling energy in. So we create space, and then we replace whatever space we created with the power. This is the power. So we're going to take a deep breath in. Exhale. And like you stretch your whole entire face, and you'll feel it too. Don't be afraid. Just try it. Deep breath in. Exhale. Yeah, good job. I love it. You're also stretching out the wrist in this too. So go ahead and bring your legs back. And we're going to swing them around and come into a seated. So we move into a Paschimottanasana. It's just a seated forward fold. So lengthen up the spine. Reach up toward the ceiling. Deep breath in. Exhale, lower down. So draw your belly toward your spine as you reach your head towards your feet and end up grabbing onto the feet, the outer edges of your feet. Take a deep breath in. Lengthen up through your crown so you have a nice long spine. And then exhale, let yourself fold down a little deep. Take another deep breath in. Lengthen through your spine again. And then release your feet. Rise back up. And bring your knees up toward the ceiling. We're going to scoot our hips forward and lay down onto the back. And we're going to get into a little bit of detoxification twist. So go ahead and bring both knees into your chest. Bring your forehead up to kiss your knee. Belly draws into the spine, tighten your ball. And then gently lower down. Bring both of your feet next to each other so they're squared. Knees are still facing up toward the ceiling. We're going to take our right foot, place your ankle on top of your knee. So we have a declined figure 4. We're going to reach through the right thigh with both our hands and clasp behind the thigh. Lowering back down on your crown. Now I want you to take a deep breath in. And on the exhale, begin to draw your toe in towards your face. Meet yourself at your edge today. So take another deep breath in. If it feels tight, give yourself an extra inch. Exhale to draw it closer. And we're going to take one more deep breath in. Exhale, release. Keeping that ankle on your knee, we're going to just cross our legs, drop them over to the right, send your left arm out, and then look past your fingertips for a twist. Take a deep breath in. Exhale, release your body, release your tension. Take one more deep breath in. And then on the exhale, we're going to bring our knees back up. Release the bind. And then bring your right heel placed on top of your left knee. Same thing, opposite side. We want to create balance in the body. So we're reaching through the left thigh, clasping behind. Reaching through the heels. Take a deep breath in. And then draw your toes toward your face. Take another deep breath in. They say our issues are in our tissues, and this is a really big hip opener, which is where we carry a lot of our trauma. Take another deep breath in. And then exhale to release. Cross your legs. Squeeze your thighs together, so scissor your thighs. And then drop them over to the left. Right arm goes out long. Look past the fingertips. Take a deep breath into your side body. Exhale to release. Take another deep breath in. Exhale, release all tension in your body. Take one more deep breath in. And on your exhale, bring your knees back to center, releasing them, the bind. And we're going to touch our feet together, open up for butterfly while you're laying down. So this is called Supta Baddha Konasana, opening up the channel of your chakras, the meridian. So I'm going to guide you through a little bit of breathing. Close your eyes. You can place your left hand on your lower belly, right hand on your heart. And when you breathe in, I want you to breathe in a bright red all the way to the base of your spine. As you exhale, let something that you don't need go. Take another deep breath in, this time bright orange, and send that air right below the belly button. Exhale, release. Breathe in a bright sunshine yellow to the place where your belly button sits. Fill your belly nice and big like the sun. Exhale to release. Now we're going to breathe in a bright green to the center of your heart, letting yourself be open to receive whatever comes for you in love today. On the exhale, we're giving love today. And then we're going to take another deep breath in, light blue into the center of your throat, opening up your throat chakra, your ability to speak with confidence and clarity. Exhale, release. Breathe in an indigo color to the center of your forehead, right between your eyebrows. And exhale to release. And last time, take a deep breath into a pretty violet color. Bring it up into your crown. And slow exhale out. Go ahead and lengthen out through your legs. Let your arms fall to either side of your body. Scoop your shoulder blades underneath your back just a little bit so your heart's kind of up on a pedestal. And we're going to move into our final resting pose, which is Shavasana. It's corpse pose. So go ahead and take a deep breath in. On your exhale, let your body sink. Imagine that your body is a pile of sugar and it begins to rain. Release all tension. Soften your face. Close your eyes. Unclick your tongue from the roof of your mouth. And let the outside world melt away. Your body is breathing. You are in your own space. Continue to breathe as you rest. breath in, bring your hands up to the head, palms to top.
Sister. Switch
And
out.
then exhale with an Om. Namaste. And namaste, the seeing that the light inside of me sees and honors the light inside of you. And I'm thankful for you being here. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with this stuff, but thank you guys. You did that for you. Sorry.
It's all good. Thank you. Play music in the video.
Cool. And I don't know who all is looking online, but I hope we feeling good as well. Once again, my name is Bubba Peace, and we are at the second annual Wakanda Weekend. And what's really cool about this event is it's an experiment. What I love about experiments is you never know what you're going to get until you test it out, right? So with this next workshop that we have going on, we are going to test our biases because we all have biases. But the thing is, if you don't know what your biases are, you're going to keep doing the same thing until you test something out. So without further ado, can we give it up for Ill 7? And you might need this mic.
What's going on, y'all? Bless up, bless up. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually dive into a conversation that actually talks about the subconscious condition that we all have. All of us have been conditioned. But before we actually get into that, I'm gonna ask that we gather around in a circle so that we can go ahead and actually get kind of rooted into the conversation and the dialogue. And this is actually going to be a group activity. So I'm going to ask that y'all actually break up into groups as well. So if you don't mind, please gather around over here, and then we'll kind of go ahead and transition into the deeper conversation. Cool. Thank you. And we can get chairs. We can do this a variety of different ways. Y'all mind coming over here, checking this out? I think y'all would add on to the conversation. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting conversation in itself. It's really kind of just diving into a lot of ideas. I'm kind of breaking down a little bit of history. We're getting into like some of ideologies and things like that. Let's try to make it a circle though. Let's try to be as cipher connected as possible. Right on, right on. Appreciate y'all. All right. Yeah. All right. So we're going to go ahead and start out with a little bit of a meditation. So what I'm going to ask is that I'm going to ask that everybody put their feet shoulder width apart flat onto the ground. And as we go ahead and put our feet flat, shoulder width apart, I'm going to ask that everybody close their eyes, put your hands in a comfortable position. Go ahead and straighten your back out. We're going to go ahead and get some breaths in. Now, as we get into these breaths, I want you to just really just embrace that breath, listen to that breath, hear that breath. So keep shoulder width apart, back straight, breathing in through the nose. Then hold it for 3 counts. 1, 2, release. And I want you to get awareness. I want you to think about your body. I want you to think about your body from your feet to the head. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. And as you're thinking about the body, I want you to picture the body as a tree. And as you think about the body as a tree, I want you to think about your roots. And also I want you to think about your branches. Your arms being the branches, your head being the branches, knowledge being the branches. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. And as you're thinking about your roots, think about your ancestors. Think about those who came before. Think about all of the things that have come before you that you weren't around for, but you still have knowledge. Breathing in. One, two, three. You were born to be here at this time. You were chosen to be here. You were chosen to break generational curses. Now, if you think about breaking these generational curses, you got to go to the roots. You got to know what's happening first. You got to know the knowledge of what's happening. So as we breathe in, we're pulling up these branches. We're pulling up these roots to our branches, to the knowledge, to the head. Breathe in. Hold it for 1, 2. Focus the mind. One, two. Slowly open your eyes. We got the there. Right on. Cool. Thank y'all for joining me. So this segment is called From Roots to Branches. When we're talking about the roots, what do y'all feel like I'm talking about when I say roots? Generation? Show. What are some other ideas that come from roots? Tree. Family tree. Personal tree. What are some other ideas that come from the roots? Nurture. Man, what's needed for nurturing? What's needed for a strong tree? Water, for sure, water, right? What are some other things that are needed for a strong tree? Yeah, soil, definitely. And when you think about branches, what comes to your mind? Yeah, yeah. You ever seen a tree with bad roots? You ever seen a tree that had like sick roots? What happens to the tree? Sometimes the branches or the leaves or the fruit that's on the tree doesn't always bloom. You know? A lot of the time, when we don't understand what happened at the roots, it's hard for the actual branches to expand and to be its fullest. But when a tree has strong roots, think about like, you ever been to the Bay Area, you ever been to Northern Cali, think about the red oaks, big trees. You should have car inside of them to the house from those trees. You know what I'm saying? And then you think about the branches of those trees. If you even think about Wyoming, right? They have that big, what is it, Devil's Peak or whatever. They believe it to be a petrified tree. That's what they believe it to be, right? But if you see how big it is, it's big as a mountain. Can you imagine a tree that's big as a mountain? Can you imagine how big that would have been if it was actually already all the way like it is? Pretty big. So some of the ideas that we want to kind of dive into within this conversation is what is at the roots? We're going to talk about our stories versus history. You know what I'm saying? His story. And we're going to go ahead and actually be able to time travel, right? So these are some of the ideas that I want to kind of first dive into. So I'm going to go ahead and so us as people of color, the thing that we have to understand is color is an ideology. White, black, all of those concepts. How many of y'all believe that? So color is knowledge. Now, I'm not going deep in Christianity or deep on religion, but I do want you to think about what constructs are and how that impacts the way that we actually operate. Okay? So, okay. So history, right? What is history? History is the study of the past, future events. Know what happened in the past by looking at the past, moving forward, like books, newspapers, and letters, and artifacts, like policy and human information. All right. The thing that I really want you to think about when we're talking about that is once history has been written down on paper, it can be written down. So our culture, people of color, indigenous people, we had a culture called griot, right? Right? Now, griot culture is something that was very important to our culture because we had people who were appointed to that, and they passed down stories through poetry, music, and a variety of other ways, right? And these people were appointed to kings. They were appointed to chiefs, and they were appointed as the head of the tribe a lot of times, right? So let's go to the next slide real quick. So I'm gonna ask first. Let's go ahead and grab some of these books right here. I got some books. I got some pens, some journals. You guys can keep them as well, y'all. But I'm gonna ask that you grab some journals and grab these pens real quick. And we're gonna go ahead and do a little bit of mind search. All right. Grab a journal. Grab a pen. So I'm gonna go through some history with y'all. I'm gonna break y'all down with some history as well as give y'all some prompts to do. So one of the things that the Jesuits used to do, y'all know about the Jesuits? All right, let's go into this. So there was the Catholic Jesuits, right? The Jesuits used to go into different countries and they would indoctrinate people by asking them to take their faith or their faith. Right? That's exactly how the Jesuits work, right? One of the ideologies that the Jesuits had is give me a child for 7 years and I'll show you the man. The reason why they said that is because it takes 7 years for a program to be implemented into a child's mind. So within that first 7 years, whatever you've been programmed with, we're going to go through that. Whatever you've been programmed with becomes your reality in the way that you see the world. The human mind, the adult mind, stops actually growing at the age of 25, right? So until the age of 25, your mind is still open, still expanding, and still growing, right? So, like, to be honest with you, once your mind hardens, it becomes a little bit harder to actually acquire new knowledge. You have to work harder, right? So until the age of 25, your mind is still manageable and it's still just processing and taking information. Okay? So one thing that I want y'all to really think about is the power of affirmation, right? Me personally, I relate to Torah, right? So with the Torah, it's law, right? But it's also affirmation. So the way that we think about words is we talk to ourselves, right? Whether it be negatively or positively, we're constantly talking to ourselves. And the thing about the mind is if you were to go in your mind, you see, the wrinkles that are on your mind, those are neurologic pathways, right? And every time you gain new knowledge, you gain a new neurologic pathway, right? So the thing about coming across a challenge is something that makes it hard for you to actually process, but you still go in, you get a new neurologic pathway. So every time you come across a challenge or something that's hard, it gives you a new wrinkle in your life. Those are neurologic pathways, right? And the ways that we can actually map these neurologic pathways is journal, right? You can actually journal your reality. We're going to go deeper into that in a minute. But I'm going to go ahead and get you to think about your senses, right? Your eyes, your ears, the taste, right? That's the way they program you, right? They program us through our nose, our taste, our senses, right? So we're going to take ownership of that, all right? So the first thing that I want you to do is put taste, right? Taste. And I did this already. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and this is called synesthesia. Synesthesia is like, you hear about so like when you hear music, you actually see it in your mind, right? And that's called right? So we're going to tap into kind of an idea of synesthesia, right? It's going to be tapped into the senses. So the first thing I want you to think about is taste. If love was a taste, I want you to be deep in thought within this. If love was a taste, what things would love taste like? All right, I'm going to give you a minute or two to go ahead and write that out. If love was a taste, and I want you to be outside of your literal mind, I want you to be more metaphorical in the ways that we're talking about this, right? So if love was a taste, what things would love taste like? Go. If love was a taste, what things would love taste like? You mind if we get some music in there? Appreciate you. If love was a taste, what things would love taste like? If love was a taste, what things would love taste like? All right, I'm going to go ahead and transition to the next one. Sound. If power was a sound, what things would power sound like? If power was a sound, what things would power sound like? Power was a sound, what things would power sound like? All right, next one. If creativity was a smell, if you could smell creativity, what things would creativity smell like? Creativity was a smell. I smell some creativity in here right now. If creativity was a smell. And the other thing too is like this is a free write. So you can write this as poetry, you can write this as just straight and literal. You can write this however you choose. And the last one I'm going to leave y'all with is, if creativity was a feeling. If creativity was a feeling, what things would creativity feel like? What things would creativity feel like if creativity was a feeling? Let's go to the next slide real quick. Thank you. All right, go ahead and put a pause on it. Go into a little bit more. So griot culture was West African musicians and storytellers that kept records of history through their society, right? Came through rhythm and poetry. As we came over and slaves, that was a part of us that never went away. That's why we had blues music. That's why we had jazz music. That's why we had so many of the foundational American musics that came out here, because that came from our culture just naturally. It was even in the Native American culture as well. It was indigenous, all right? Go to the next slide real quick. Let's go to the next one. And connecting that to hip hop, you know what I'm saying? So in New York in the 1960s, radio DJs continued the tradition between the songs Jamaican Americans with the sound systems. Y'all know about the sound systems that come from Jamaica, like the sound battles that they used to have. If you don't know, you should do some research on that. But a lot of the sound systems came from like Kool Herc when he came over. It's a variety of other people who contributed to that outside of Kool Herc, but those are the foundational roots of hip hop. Next slide. And next slide. All right, so this is the part I want you to really think about too, is the hero journey. Now, the hero's journey is something that connects to all stories, but one thing that you'll find within that is that the hero's journey came from indigenous tribes. It was people who went and researched the indigenous tribes, and what they found is in every indigenous tribe, there was a story that connected to a Messiah figure. And this Messiah figure had a journey that they went through. Now, within this, all of us are on our own personal hero journeys, right? There's a cycle that happens within it. It never stops, right? Every time that you grow as a person, you get called to adventure, right? Within that, it's important for you to meet a mentor, right? You have to cross the threshold, right? And then you go through a trial. A lot of time you go through a failure. You grow new skills. You die, and you're reborn with a new style of consciousness. And you go through this cycle again and again and again until you ascend into a higher consciousness of who you are within yourself, right? We connect that story to a variety of different people. You can connect that to Yahushua. You can connect that to Buddha. You can connect that to, even in the Old Testament, Elijah, Enoch. All these different people were at places of ascension. The thing that we have to understand about ascension is that once you understand who you are within God, meaning that you are a God, then you can go ahead and tap into that energy. You know what I'm saying? So that is a God energy that most of us have been deprived of because of the constructs of religion. So a lot of the constructs of religion, it stops you from actually thinking past the God mindset. But even in the Bible, it says, ye are gods, right? So it lets you know who you are within that root. And the more you understand who the people are in the word, then you understand who we are within the word, right? Ye are gods. All right, so let's go ahead and transition down. This is going to be the last thing that I leave you with, and then we're going to go to another part of this. All right, it's going to be more of a dialogue conversation. All right, so there's a writer. Her name is Octavia Butler. I would consider her a prophet. One of the things that they found about her is that she had a journal, and within that journal, she was able to manifest the things that she wanted to actually accomplish within her life. Everything that she had wrote down, they were amazed because she accomplished it, right? Because she believed it. It's all about faith, right? Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. You don't always have to see it. You just got to believe that you can do it. So within this, it says, I shall be a best-selling writer after imago. Imago means after transition, like a butterfly, like a caterpillar into a butterfly. That's imago. Each of my books will be on the bestseller list of the LAT, NYT, PWWP. She did all that. My novels will go on to the A-Love list, whether publishers push them hard or not, whether I'm paid a high advance or not, whether I ever win another award or not. This is my life. I write best-selling novels. My novels go on to the best-selling list on or shortly after publication. My novels each travel to the top of the best-selling list, and they reach the top, and they stay on top 4 months. Each of my novels do this, so be it, see to it. I will find a way, so be it, see to it. So what I'm going to go ahead and challenge y'all is I want y'all to be visionaries, right? I want y'all to be time travelers. And I want you to think about yourself in the moment, but I also want you to scope the future in the ways that you want to actually accomplish it. So I'm going to ask that you take this next one and you write on the top, I shall be. All right. Within that, I'm going to ask that you close your eyes and do a little bit of visioning. Think about some things that are already in motion and things that you want to put into motion, right? The thing with our people is we've been so traumatized that we stop visioning. We've been so traumatized that we stop actually walking in that truth. And it's an important thing for us to actually understand that if we can see it and then we speak it and then we walk in it, it's real, right? So the things that are limiting us is us. So with that being said, take some time, close your eyes, think about some things that you want to accomplish. Think about those things as if you're doing those things. All right. Think about those things as if you're actually walking in it. Okay. Some of you may already have it in the forefront. Some of you may already know what it is. I just want you to meditate on it just for a minute so you can go ahead and actually map it out. All right. I shall be. Write it in the ways that she wrote it. Write it as if you're going to accomplish it now, as you're walking in it. I shall be. Go. I shall be. There's no wrong or right way to do this. I shall be. Cool. You can always come back to it. Those journals are yours. That's why I gave them to you in the ways I did. So keep those journals. All right. What we're going to do is share out some of the things that we wrote. You can share it from anyone that you wrote from the I shall be, or you can even do it from the actual census writing that you did. But do we have anybody who wants to voluntarily go first to go ahead and like drop off what they wrote? Let's up. Yeah, that's so we can catch it on the actual. Yep. Yeah. Woo!
Because probably one of the most creative on mic wrestling performance. So it's just like, kind of one of the, a brother with swag that know how to conduct and advocate for himself.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Thank you. Got you. Yeah.
I thought it would be fun to share that I put creativity might smell bad. I got to thinking like compost and how sometimes in paint, when people are mixing paint, it's very smelly, you know, and sometimes in creative painting studios, and or if you're making like clay and things like it, and the initial smells aren't like great, they're like chemicals or bad smells, but you put them together.
Yeah.
Put it in the oven.
Facts.
And something can come out of that. So I think creativity can sometimes be smelly in the best way, or earthy.
Rich in soil, you know, like that. Sometimes that's how you know that it's like ready to go. You know, that funk, you know. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Anybody else? Who else we got? Got one in the back? Yeah, no. We're trying to get it on the for the stream, but thank you.
Was the sound, it would sound like the drums.
Yeah, thunder. It's on that Shango energy. Y'all want to share? I'm putting y'all on blast right now. Yeah, share one of them. Sure. Yeah, that'd be dope. Thank you. Cool, man. So let me ask you a question on that, right? Why is that your passion, and why do you want to go in that direction? Why do you feel like that's something that's needed?
Because I feel like mental health is serious. You don't really realize how serious it is until you lose someone to something serious.
Facts.
Personally, I feel like, because I'm like,
Yeah, right on. I appreciate you sharing that, Mom. Cool. It's necessary for sure. Y'all want to share one? I shall be. You got one? Thank you.
I'm going to also say the same thing. I'm going to become a therapist as well. An image I have in my head is being alone and being able to provide a place where I can help women internally and externally.
Thank you for sharing that. Cool. We got anybody else who want to share? We got through the room pretty well. Okay. So the things I really want you to think about or take from this, if nothing else, is the hero journey part, right? The cycle. And one of the things about curses, right? There's an ideology of a curse, right? Recently, I was doing some research. I heard Minister Farrakhan talk about, he had a speech in 1965, and he was talking about how there was a lifting of the curse in 1965. He said the 400-year curse that was on us, it was already lifted in 1965. He said that, right? There's been conversations and belief systems believing that 2020 was the release of the 400-year curse, right? It's a lot of ideologies that go into this. But the thing that I will say, whether it be 1965 or whether it be currently now, it's all here. And the more that we can free our minds here with doing the work that you're talking about and what you're talking about, because really what we're talking about is cycles of trauma. And the more that we understand like that cycle of trauma, and that comes from the roots, right? When we're talking about roots and generational trauma, it comes from mom, it comes from dad, it comes from grandma, it comes from great grandma, it comes from all of these people. And all of us have one person in our family that's called to be the black sheep, right? The one who just sees the bull crap in the cycle. And that one person is the one who disrupts it, makes everybody else in the family feel uncomfortable, right? But that's where the generational curse stops. And the generational curse looks a variety of different ways. It can go into your finances. It can go into alcoholism. It can go into a variety of different things, sex, all kinds of things, that this becomes a generational curse that cycles, right? And if we're not the ones as individuals, that means that's a self-work thing. That means that we have to look at ourselves and look at the generational curses that are perpetuating. If we're not the ones to do the self-work, then we're doomed to repeat the cycle. It just continually happens. And so much of what we're doing right now as a community of color, right, as Moors, is we're cycling through these generational traumas, and we got to be the ones to do the self-work to stop it. And the only ways that we can do that is self-evaluation, right? Journaling for me is a form of self-evaluation. Having communal conversations and cycling up and like ciphering up so that we can actually hear each other's perspective, that's a form of it. Chess, martial arts, meditation, yoga, all of these different things are practices that helps us to tap inside ourselves and to break up these ideologies that are in us. Because the music that we listen to is a conditioning mechanism. The TV shows that we watch are conditioning mechanisms, right? Everything that we see within history, the ways that they portrayed us are all conditioning mechanisms. So we can't see ourselves as great if we start our history at slavery. We can't see ourselves as great if we start our histories as slavery. And that's where they want us to always focus. That's why they have so many slave movies that end up coming out. So it's on us to do our own research because we're also different tribes in here, right? Some of us might be from Africa. Some of us might be indigenous here to the United States. Some of us might be from the islands. You know what I'm saying? But that's on you to do your own personal research to go ahead and disrupt that narrative within your bloodline. All right. So, yeah, I was going to get into the implicit bias part, but this was where the Most High took me. This is where we at. So I appreciate y'all chiming in. If you want to get more information, I do like section. This is just a section of the work that goes into this. There's actually more that actually goes into unpacking these generational ideas. If you're interested in being a part of that, I'll be doing some collaborations with different community members, and we'll be going deeper into those styles of workshops. All right. So right on, y'all. Appreciate y'all. Again, give yourselves a hand clap. Some snaps up. And I encourage y'all, if y'all here for the day, just to participate as much as you can because there's some dope resources here today. And get you some food over here too. All right. Bless up, y'all. Thank you. Cool, cool. How'd they come through? Perfect.
love, everyone. I'm so glad to see y'all out today and not in your house in solitude. In community, it always feels good, right? So yes, I sell a topical salve for your skin. So it's a natural pain relief to help people get off opioids and fentanyl and all this craziness out here. Tylenol, anything that you're taking to deal with your pain that's made by the major pharmaceuticals is making you sicker. So, in an effort to help you with the largest organ on your body, your skin, you can use this salve. I have also added essential oils for aromatherapy. So I have peppermint, lavender, baby Jesus, which is a mix of frankincense and myrrh. And then I have a new creation called Crown Laurel, which is laurel leaf and lemon. That helps reset your parasympathetic nervous system from fight and flight to rest and digest. So if you know anyone who has pain or you yourself have pain and you're tired of popping pills, come see me.
Thank you. All right, y'all. So at about 1:40, we are going to get back on our workshop tour with the Game Changer. So until then, make sure you vibe out. We got chess in the corner. You got good friends everywhere. You got some waffles. You got some topical products. Yeah. And we got Danette here.
Okay. Hi, I'm Danette. I am owner of this business, Sticky Drip Waffles. I'm a mom. I'm a Black doula, Black lactation counselor. So I would love to connect with you if you're about birthing individuals and making sure that they have resources. But I just wanted to tell a fun fact about Chicken and Waffles. Chicken and Waffles is historically Black. It is historically Black jazz food in Harlem. In Harlem, the musicians would be finished at about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, and they could not decide between dinner or breakfast. So Chicken and Waffles was invented. I'm also a jazz musician, so it's dear and near to me. I do it for fun, I do it for community, and I do it for my family. So come get a free waffle before we clear on out of here. But I just wanted to say that and say hi.
Did you want the mic? You good? Okay. Anybody else want to make an announcement before we get some music going? Going once, going twice. All right, let's get the music and vibe till about 1:40.
I can't hear anything, but can you hear me?
Kalia, can you hear us?
Now I can hear you, yeah.
Cool. Yep, we should be good.
Okay, 1 second.
Awesome. Check, mic check, 1, 2. Hello, hello. All right. We are back, everybody. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, make some noise. There it is. Well, I know Saucy in the building. If you can hear me, make some noise. There it is. There it is. Okay, so we are getting ready for our next workshop, y'all. We have members of YVPC, that is the Youth Violence Prevention Council, and they're going to talk to y'all about some youth violence. And I think what's beautiful is we have a decent amount of young people here, but we also have adults in the room. So with that being said, there's going to be a slideshow presentation, and I would like people to actually migrate to the front of the room so you can actually see the presentation. So can we get some folks, if you're in the room, if you hear what I'm saying, can you make your way to the front in this semicircle so you can see the presentation? Por favor. Thank you, Saucy, modeling by example. I see Miranda strolling over. Can we get some more bodies to the front of the semicircle? Especially y'all chess players. See, y'all be talking about chess, but we talking about youth violence prevention. You know what I'm saying? So I would love for some of y'all to come over here. And then I'm getting ready to pass the mic to another MC, Brother Jalen. You ready? Floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Jalen. Everybody call me J Swag. I do music. I'm a part of the YVPC Youth Advisement Council. YAC. We are the Game Changers, and today we got Kalia with us in Zoom, coming from Howard University. She works with No Justice, No Peace podcast, and I'm gonna let her introduce more of herself.
Thank you, Jay Swag. Yes, I'm Kalia. I'm actually recording here or joining you guys here from my dorm. So sorry if I break out a little bit, but I'm just happy to be here and talk with you guys. So yeah, today we're talking about understanding violence and how we solve some of the problems when it comes with violence in our communities. I don't know if the slideshow is showing up for y'all in person. Yep, there it is. And next slide, please. So the goals we really want to reach right now with this course is to really, because when we talk about this, we're mainly centering it towards students, but the truth is that everyone in our community needs to know how to acknowledge violence and how to solve it. So the goals today is to increase knowledge and understanding about what is violence, how it impacts people, how do the conditions around you contribute to violence, and what is a public health approach to apply to violence prevention. Next slide, please. And really quick, I was going to ask you, J Swag, what is violence?
Violence in my eyes is addiction to cause more hell in our community. If that makes sense. That's my opinion. There's more opinions on violence. There's different definitions on violence. I like to ask y'all, whoever would answer, what is violence to y'all? That's my opinion. It's violence to y'all. Okay, uncontrollable emotions. The next slide.
So as you can see here, we have an actual definition of what violence is. As Jay was saying, everybody has different interpretations, but the definition is the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community that either results in or has a high likelihood of resulting in injury, death, psychological harm, maldevelopment, or deprivation. And as you read this definition, I just want you to think about cases of violence that you've witnessed in your life and how it kind of fits into this definition. And I just want you to think about like one example of violence that you've experienced. Next slide. And now that you've kind of thought about something that impacted you, I want you to think about how you see violence showing up in your community for a moment. And in fact, J Swag, if you want to answer or have anybody there in person answer.
I'm gonna let y'all answer that. I'll give y'all the mic too.
I don't know. I says, how do you see violence showing up in society? I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I just see like young black males just constantly killing each other, and it's just like not having no remorse about it. It's like a cycle. It's like a cycle with the two opposing. There's two people. Oh, yeah, that was basically. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you from here. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I see violence showing up in the beyond like 10 and below in the youth, and like it's like their emotions are not in check, so they're lashing out and they're just becoming more and more violent. And I don't think I've seen that as much as in the past, but it's really being more prevalent now in this future.
I would say I see violence as the lack of love in the community. It's kind of like a retaliation of, when we don't have unity and we don't have that peace and love for one another, or even that mutual respect. Sometimes it's just that mutual respect that gives somebody the floor space to express themselves without criticizing them. And so I think that's kind of like how you get a lot of violence, and you get a lot of retaliations from disagreements. So
I also feel like, like what he said with the younger children, like I feel like they're being like influenced, like not in the right way, like because people could be easily influenced. So I don't know. I feel like he's very
If I were to give point a finger on it, it would be in our media. It would be in what we are sharing with each other on social media. It's the world star. It's the things that are seemingly harmless, and as that is so easily perpetuated amongst us. And people being unable to or unwilling to express themselves in a much more pure method usually comes down to this animalistic need to impose one's will on somebody that maybe just doesn't get it. But yeah, it's that is where I see it, because I don't see it when I step out and see you across the street. I don't see it when we're walking down the street. We hear it somewhere else, and then we hear about it through media.
It's kind of a red zone, but I think it's something that I've seen and I've also played a role in, honestly. But the violence in our homes, I think a lot of times we see violence in our homes with our parents, with our family members, and it's a bit taboo to talk about it. But I'm tired of seeing it. I'm tired of that cycle. I'm tired of not knowing all the reasons why my family members or myself or my loved ones are unable to express our traumas effectively. And I think when we're unable to express those traumas, it starts to play out in the home. Once it plays out in the home, it plays out into school, because now the things that you weren't able to talk about with your family members, your moms, your dads, or whoever, that becomes the person in your classroom who you didn't take that extra second to think, hey, homie, we got a conflict, we need to address it, because the only thing that you know is what you see, and what you see is what's in front of you most of the time. So I think violence, when I think of it showing up in society, it starts at home and how we're talking to each other, how we're communicating with each other.
Thank you for all your responses so far. I think everything that you guys have said has perfectly encapsulated like just how deep violence, not even youth violence, but just violence in communities, how deep it goes. Because, you know, once again, it just depends on the situation, the person. But if you go to the next slide, you can see that there's multiple different ways that violence manifests in our communities, and just case by case. For example, you see child maltreatment, which is like you're not treating your children right, bullying, dating violence or domestic violence, intimate partner violence, sexual violence, targeted violence, elder abuse, and then we also see like self harm and community violence. Because, you know, most of the time when we first say the word violence and we think about it, we think of a fight or, you know, people being physical with each other, but we don't think of like deep rooted psychological ways that we harm ourselves and others. So, you know, as we move on, just think about some of these examples you see here right now, and how, you know, things could have happened before where you didn't necessarily have a name for it, but it all probably does have a name, and it's right here. Next slide. So now we have this map. J-Swag, I don't know if you want to read some of them off because I can't see it very well from here.
Impacts of violence. We got PTSD, depression, anxiety. This part we got pregnancy complications, fetal death. Over here we got unemployment, household poverty. You know, over here we got stroke, cancer, HIV. Over here we got smoke, alcohol, drugs. Right here we got burns, head injuries, and internal injuries.
Thank you, J-Swag. And like, I think it's really important as we dissect this map is that you can see, like, as he was listing them out, there are different categories too. Like, you see disease outcomes, which is where he labeled some of the diseases, like lung disease, heart disease. Then you have like risk behaviors, which are things you're more likely to do when you're impacted by violence. Different life opportunities that, you know, you might encounter or you might miss out with because you've been impacted by violence. Maternity and child health, mental health problems. These are all just different areas of our lives and society where you're impacted by violence in some way. And you may think it's over the moment it happens, but as you progress forward in life, you can see how it physically affects you. So thank you for that. Next slide. So just for a moment, while we think about some of those causes that we went over just now, I want you to think about, you know, over your ages, when you've been impacted by violence, you know, did you see the most violence when you were in school? If there's any older people, if you saw as you got into adulthood, just sit with yourself and think, you know, when were you impacted by violence the most in your life? And then we can share out a little bit, but sit with that for a moment and think about it. Oh, and then also while we're doing that, can you go back to the last slide just so you can see some of the things that came from that? Thank you so much. Okay, so now for me, I know that I wasn't growing up, I was never in a position where I could have been like hurt by violence or anything like that. But you know, there's always secondhand effects. Like if your friend gets into a fight and then you hear about it or you see it, even physically witnessing violence can still impact you in one way or another. So if like one or two people just wants, if you're comfortable, want to share out like how you think you've been impacted by any violence in your community or the people around you. Or if there's anything on the slides that like stands out with you, you know, and also when we're talking, you don't have to like give specific examples, you know, you don't have to, you know, obviously call out anybody, but just thinking about like one situation where any of these issues might have impacted you. Like I know for a lot of people, growing up around violence can cause you a lot of stress and a lot of internalized emotions that you don't really know what to do with. So a lot of people end up getting these like high risk health situations like lung disease and like high blood pressure. That's really prevalent in the Black community and it isn't acknowledged because it's seen as just a normal thing. But it's important to acknowledge everything in our community impacts our health, it impacts our well-being, and you shouldn't wait until you're old and you have a bunch of long-term issues with your health to acknowledge that it's impacting you.
And it don't even matter if it's like, you know, little things like he said, being in a Black household, having to go to school with an attitude. You know, get that, just put a smile on your face right after just, you know, going through some, your mama getting on you for some BS. Like, you know, like even little stuff like that. When was those times y'all caught yourself in those, I'm about to flash moments, but you had to stop yourselves, you know, like, you know what I mean? Us being colored people, you know, it happens, you know, even us being I don't know the word for it, but just having a reputation of being a colored person, people looking forward to it, expecting that, you knowing they expecting that, it's hard to not make that a reflex. It's hard to, you know, so what pushes y'all buttons that you know that push your buttons, you try to fall back on and you mature mentally to change your actions and change that mentality to, you know.
I feel like I've dealt with like microaggressions in the workplace. So like working amongst people who might say like subtle things that trigger you in ways that they may not even know. And I feel like a lot of the time, like racism doesn't really come right in your face. It's like the little things they say to you that end up impacting you, you know? And then within that, you know, taking deep breaths and meditating is how I've gotten through it, you know, where it'd be easy to flash on somebody, but then you have to think about the long-term implications of what that looks like, you know, like if I flash on this person right now, it might impact the livelihood of my kids.
Thank you for sharing. I think that's a really important thing too, like, 'cause especially where you talked about like microaggressions where it's just, you know, death by 1,000 paper cuts, where it's like just a little bit of everything every once in a while can really get to you. And what were you gonna say?
No, I was asking him a question.
Oh, okay.
And I was asking you, when was a moment or name a moment or any, you know, anything that any time it was placed in your life to where you had to okay, I'm trying to word this right. Well, you was put in a situation, right? But before that day you meditated. Okay. Now when you meditate, it forms your day in a way of the energy you put into what you meditate, right? Okay. So you go out and it don't go how you want it. Name a moment when it didn't go how you want it, and you had to reflect on yourself, and you had to remind yourself, like, this how I started the day, this how I was going. You know what I mean?
So yeah, I'll give an incident. As an educator, right? Because I teach. There was a time where I was in a classroom space and I had a student who was like sitting behind me. And I didn't see him, you know. And what ended up happening was I ended up walking back and I stepped on his shoe. And he just flipped. He's like, yo, you just stepping on my shoes? And I understand because I'm a sneakerhead. So it's not like I don't, you know, I acknowledge your shoes, bro. but it was one of those situations where age-wise, and like I don't know what he went through either, and he don't know what I went through that day either. You know what I'm saying? But what ended up happening is me and him had a quick exchange. I was like, yo, you ain't gonna talk to me like that, bruh. You know? But then I had to, like, as the adult in the situation, I had to bring myself back in. Because if I didn't, me fighting with somebody who was younger, who has trauma, who's going through whatever they going through, I could have escalated that situation to the highest heights. And he could have too. You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those things where, for one, I had to put myself in his shoes. And then I had to remind myself that I was the elder in the situation. And I had to think about the long-term consequences within what might have happened within that if I allowed it to escalate to an unnecessary.
Right. I love that example.
Like I said, that right there turned them to a voice. And the reason why I said it turned you to a voice, because those affection that you had on that person, specifically that child, it's going to reflect on anybody else that comes into your energy. Next slide, please.
Yeah. In fact, I think that's a perfect way to describe like this situation, because this graph right here, it's showing that violence is the leading cause of death in youth age 10 to 24. And I think that example is just perfect for how we need to build these habits in youth, that there are other things you can do before a situation escalates to violence. And it's also important to build, those problem-solving skills and everything that can help before it leads up to an escalation where somebody could lose their life. And I feel like that's just one of the reasons why this graph looks like this, is because we aren't teaching children how they can problem solve before it gets physical. Next slide. And here, I don't know if J-Swag, you want to read this slide?
Black youth, particularly males, are 14 times more likely to die by homicides than white youth.
Just real quick before we switch, if you want, J-Swag, if you want to ask like one or two people, what does this statistic make you think about? Or like, how do you feel hearing this?
Looking at this graph, the emotions, energies that I'm feeling personally, let me place myself right here. Speak out. Any words is powerful. Affectionate. You never know who hearing, you never know who you empowering. So any word.
Hello. This graphic here is all about us trying to get respect. And what is respect to us? We can stand up and go for bad, or can you be strong enough to sit back there and walk away? But right now, in these days, it seems like to me, as an older person in society right now, is that the youth are constantly trying to get that respect, and they figure that they need to stand up and go for bad all the time, to prove that I'm strong enough, I'm bad, and I can stand up to anything. But then they're actually, youth are actually, just like anybody else, we're afraid of what we don't know. So you're just saying, then it's like, I'm surviving, so I better get rid of this threat. When you still got another day, you have to understand that these are battles, and you just respect somebody. It might not be your day, as you were saying earlier. It may not be your day. You may not win this battle, but you want to be around for another day to fight. And people don't think in the future as much, because as a youth, I always thought I was going to live forever, but I'm here right now. I'm trying to do that. But I think the youth need to understand that if you have respect, that's what you really want. And as you walk away, you actually still get a lot more respect by walking away than you standing there trying to go for bad, because there's a life gone. Your life is gone. Neither one of those situations, they're the alpha and the omega on that. So, we have to think about those things.
I think that's so insightful, honestly.
We got one more. We got two more speakers. Okay.
Yeah, I second that. I wanted to mention how important it is to think about, even if that violence isn't directly affecting us, it's still affecting us. So I was pregnant a couple of years ago. I have a 3-year-old now, and the father of my child got shot 2 months before I went into labor. I had no issues with labor, which is unheard of for a Black woman. Like, it's really hard to have a baby in America if you're Black. But I had not an issue. The day after he got shot, I went to the doctor. My blood pressure was up. Everything was wrong. They were going to put me in this like emergency, deliver the baby. It was just that quick. I wasn't anywhere near any gunshots. I wasn't, and I'm not living that life or anything like that, but it affected me so much that we had to like deliver my baby right away. So in thinking about that, sometimes it's not a bad attitude. Sometimes, you might be feeling feelings and you're like, where is this coming from? I don't even know where this is coming from. Maybe it's a person who's unrelated to you. Like, I was truly affected by Trayvon Martin probably for like a year. I never met that child. Never met him. So I just wanted to throw that out there too, that violence affects you even when you think it's not affecting you, your community, your family.
Thank you for sharing that. One more, or was that it?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, yeah, I just want to acknowledge what both of you guys just said, because I feel like it just perfectly encapsulates the whole issue. Like, oh my God, I'm losing it. But like talking about how kids, more than anything, they seek respect and they seek just to be acknowledged. But I feel like, as you said, that it's more important to make sure you live another day to deal with another situation than to escalate a situation where, the violence is kind of inevitable. I feel like that's something that a lot of people don't realize, especially when it comes to planning for your future. You have to realize you're going to come across situations, you're going to come across disagreements, but you shouldn't let one situation put you in a position where you could be harmed or where it could throw you off your life path. And then also, how Dilly just said, where she was like, she wasn't close to the violence, but it still personally affected her. I feel like that's just another example of how most people, they think because they're not being the victims of violence or because they're not close to violence, that it still doesn't affect them. And that's entirely false. And actually, if you're going to go to the next slide, it says that people of color and those living in economically disadvantaged neighborhoods are disproportionately harmed by community violence. This once again just goes how, the burden of exposure to community violence is disproportionately carried by people of color and people who live in, disadvantaged neighborhoods. And once again, it goes to show you can be not involved in violence directly whatsoever, but just by being close to it and being in the proximity of violence, it can still affect you and your health. Next slide. Right here we have the Youth Violence Prevention Index. I don't know if you want to talk about this a little bit, J Swag, to the audience, because I know we looked over it a few times.
Yeah. Well, the map you guys are looking at, I'm gonna just give y'all a second to look at it though, actually. I really want to. And I just want to let y'all know the darker blue is the probably the most challenges neighborhoods, if that makes sense. Involving youth. Just like you said, being involved in a Black household and having the mentality walking out the house and putting that energy into school, having that same energy, the same energy you walk out the house with is how your day gonna go. That's how I was always taught. Put a smile on your face, smile it through. Going to school, still got that attitude. But it was something that I had to learn getting older that to help, to fall back on, but mature myself with it. But just take a look at it, Like she said, we reviewed it before, and that's my views on it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And like, as you look at it too, like you can, like obviously you can see like here more in the top. I believe that's where the far northeast is. That's those two darkest blue squares. That's the far northeast, which is kind of where we're at. And just in general, this map demonstrates where in the city and county of Denver violence prevention indicators are higher or lower. And that's basically like what factors can help prevent violence and if they're present in these different areas. There's several societal indexes ranging from, infant mortality rates, poverty, and race, which all kind of contribute to whether there's violence in a neighborhood or not. And like Jay Swag said, the darker means it's more prevalent, and that means like there's more struggles that contribute to youth violence in those areas. And the lighter color means they're less likely to be affected by those risk factors for violence. And if you want to move on to the next slide, Jay Swag, if you want to tell them about this one too.
This one, as you can see, is similar as the other one. Same, gig with it. The darker it is, the worse it is, obviously. But in this case, the darker it is, the more obstacles it is to success with youth and the community. Parents, grandparents.
Yep, it's very similar. In fact, it's almost flipped in a little bit where if you go to the next slide and compare the maps, you can see they're kind of similar in color. In that red map from before, it's specifically it's marked by if they're more likely to have opportunities to help them thrive in health, education, and community. And the darker areas mean that there are more obstacles for success. So just looking at both of them, you can see how risk factors for youth violence and where those areas are darker, and then here where there's more obstacles for them to have success, it kind of correlates where when they're less able to be successful, they're also more likely to experience youth violence. They kind of go hand in hand. If you want to go on to the next slide.
Wait, hold on. Before we move on to the next slide, can y'all reflect on it?
Oh, yeah.
Similarities, differences, why not? And I'm gonna let y'all reflect on it for like a minute, and y'all can respond. Give y'all the mic. Reflecting on that, would anybody like to share?
Peace and love, family. Peace and love. I think this is a very great representative of really understanding that youth violence is systematic, in that we have this thing where we like to pick out one thing that's plaguing the community and try to attack that one thing when all of these things are connected. And what I mean when I say that is, right, let's take police brutality, for instance. Well, police brutality is linked to politics because the mayor or whoever, somebody appoints the police chief. So the police chief and whoever the executive of the city are in cahoots some way, right? Now, the politics is then connected to the money, right? And the money is made by businesses. And now the businesses and the money is therefore connected to the media, because media works because of commercials. And advertising dollars actually pay for television shows, music, movies, etc. So when it comes to really understanding how to really attack the things that are plaguing in our community, we must have a system in place. And we keep kind of running into a wall when it comes to some of our problems, is because we can't just attack one issue when all of these issues are connected. And we need to have a unified front when it comes to that. So what does that look like? Of course, having youth, giving youth activities to do. Also having mentors for the youth, and from young all the way until they grow. So then that means a system of men being together and women being together, and knowing that we have to look after what comes up under us, right? We also need to have people that are having certain jobs to then they are having more positive reinforcement in their community as well. Because the thing that we're going through today is, right, we see how big this room is. but then we see how big something will be for something negative. So no matter if we're doing this, right, we can be that one positive light in the child's life, but they're not getting that positive reinforcement everywhere. And this is when the village mentality must come back into place. I'll leave it at that.
No, thank you. I mean, you said what needs to be said, like, especially when you think of, not only how prevalent violence in our community is, but we trying to get back to the source of it. It really is, how do I phrase this well, I mean, it's radical no matter what, but the violence in our community and the conditions we're under are not by coincidence. They're a combination of factors that have been put against us. Like, if you put the most oppressed people in society all in one common area with common struggles and everyone's just trying to survive, the outcome is going to be violence. And it's just a continuation of a system that was built and we were placed into intentionally. And now it's more about necessarily not just how do you not fall in the trap, but how do you deconstruct the trap? How do you, make it so irrelevant that nobody in the community has to worry about falling into the trap of youth violence? And if you want to go to the next slide, just some facts about violence, because it's important to know like the actual truth about this situation. J Swag, if you want to read these ones on the screen.
I would want one of y'all to read it. We can take it step by step. One read this to disease, one read to again, one read to age,
Facts about violence. Violence is a preventable, communicable disease. The earlier and more often a person is exposed to violence without the proper interventions, the more likely they will be involved or impacted by violence again. Violence is influenced by the environmental conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
I just wanted to speak on the violence piece of it all. I agree on like that police brutality part, but it's far too thin now. I mean, we moved it's always gonna be there. The police weren't created to like protect or, help the community. Nah, they were made to get the slave master's property back. So I mean they never really are for us. So I don't know, you can keep on blaming that because they're not our friend. Second piece I want to touch on, probably like about the youth, and about like, violence comes from this in the household and whatnot, but it's also largely contributed to the music that I made to. I mean, we are one of the only cultures that makes music to murder each other, and I mean, I think that all that just overall stacks up, and creates that. The third piece I want to touch on, pretty sure it's the final, would probably be our diet, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like, what we consume is how we behave. So, I mean, the meat that we consume, everything carries energy and emotion. So, the way that it died is going, if you consuming some steak and the cow died angry, you're gonna be a little bit angry, right? But also like a high intake of estrogen in males, it makes them act on their emotions instead of with their mind. You know what I mean? So those are like the three things that would probably be the biggest factors of violence. Not, I mean, yeah, your environment inflicts you, but we all have the power to control our own environment and afflict upon our environment instead of just letting it, control us. I mean, yeah, so that's kind of all I want to say.
I feel like, yeah, what you said was definitely important. I feel like, let's just, I'm trying to remember exactly everything, but I feel like it's important because specifically when talking about youth, when you're young, you don't have control of your environment. You don't have control about the people who are around you. I feel like, when people talk about youth violence, they talk about it as if it's just a one-off thing and like it's just something that you want to avoid. But once again, we have to acknowledge that this is a systematic issue. And while, yeah, you can control, like, am I going to hang out with my friends that I know want to fight all the time? Or am I going to put myself in a situation where I can't get in trouble? You know, it's about developing the skills where you can make those decisions. And I feel like, once again, it all starts when you're very, very young. And it starts with, you know, how you develop as a person and developing those skills to remove yourself from a situation and for effective problem solving. If we go to the next slide.
Hold on. Before we go to the next slide,
Mhm.
what you said about the police involvement in the community, as far as violence, seeing that as youth, being young, then you have to mature yourself. In reality, I respect that. But at the end of the day, like she said, you can't control what you around. That is the same thing you were saying by going into a room and finding negativity. Reflecting on yourself to better yourself, what's gonna better yourself in that room, you have to find that negativity so you wouldn't be blindsided from that negativity and to affect your day. So I understand that.
Oh, I'd like to say something here. Young man in the back, when you said some powerful stuff. I'm a little older. I was in my youth in the 60s and early 70s. We had blatant racism. Any little thing, they would come down on our block and block it off and would take and beat on everybody, take them to jail, throw us in the paddy wagons. That went on in those neighborhoods. And sometimes you look at it like, yeah, we didn't do anything, you know, extremely, you know, like we didn't like the police. But the thing is when it was all over, you know, the elders that were still there, you know, as the days went on past that, would at least check us if they seen us about to do something. You know, we were no different as kids back then as they are now, except we just had the adults that were there, that were still being deprived, but they were around, and they would let us do as much as we, you know, as they could. And then when they got tired of it, they check us on that. You know, that's the part of the village to where like we are still allowed to be free, but we knew there was somebody else gonna sit back there and say, hey, gave us a little bit something more to think about before we went off and did things, you know. And that was the product of my environment, you know. And that's how I live my life now. I still do out here, and I still do, you know, done things coming up that wasn't, you know, as well respected or anything like that, you know, no different than anybody else. But I still have that I can sit there and hang my hat on, you know, that I can be respectful, you know, change my life and try to do better and be there for somebody else. So those are the things. It all comes back down to a community of respect.
Respect.
Respect. Yeah.
Like that's a great word to keep in mind, because, you know, one thing, like, I feel like we were talking about it earlier too, where a lot of youth today just want to demand respect to the point where they're willing to take it. And I feel like it's just, once again, like, acknowledging that respect for anybody young or old is something that's earned. It's not something that's given. And, you know, walking around instigating violence is not what gets you respect. Building relationships and giving back to your community is what gains you respect. And just really quick, we want to go through these next few slides really quick because we are coming down on time really quick. If you want to, with this slide, I just want to ask you guys really quick, maybe like one person answer. What are some of the environmental conditions that impact violence? Or J Swag, even if you want to answer this one.
Well, reflecting on it, first of all, me presenting, I know we short on time. I'm genuine, energy, genuine. So when I'm introducing slides, I got to introduce it in the way that I was introduced and what personally, how I reflected on it. Long story short, clean tank, dirty tank. Bad environment, good environment. Bad community, good community. Same, end of the day, they're still fishes. Fishes, it's consequences that come behind it. They get eaten by, certain people, Long story short, looking at this, you gotta, me personally, I feel like you gotta be out the dirt, out the mud. That's how my dad refers it to me, the mud. Talk about how you got it out the mud. Talk about you personally, how you got it out the mud. But me personally, when I reflect on it, I gotta reflect on, analyze my life actions. Me analyzing my life action, it start here, but it mostly happened here because I can really reflect on what I was in, poverty, everything. Having, I can't get too far deep, but I want to hear y'all opinions on this though too. That was my opinion on that, but I want to hear y'all opinions too. If we're talking about the impact of violence or on violence, we're talking about hopefully we're talking about not just the negative impact of violence, but the environment. Okay, if we're talking about the environment condition, got it. All right, when it comes to the conditions that we are set up in, we certainly have a hand in making it more suitable for ourselves. Of course, we're gonna go as far as we're allowed to push. As far as violence is concerned, there's certain things that people are doing to impact these numbers in a positive manner. Bushenga is definitely one of those people I would tip my hat to, making programs for people of all ages to engage in. I'm a part of one of them in which I teach martial arts, and in hopes that some people get a insight into a better way to handle the more intense situations that are imposed on us. Hopefully, the more people take advantage of these programs, that people actually go out of their own pocket and their own time to make happen, then we can see some better influence on the members of the community that need to get take so many steps in order to close this gap that we see in violence in comparison to other neighborhoods and other communities. I tend to ramble, so that's where I'll leave it right there.
No, thank you. I think everything you said was
that come a
important.
long way though too.
Yeah, and real quick, we're just gonna go through these next few slides really fast, and then we have one more question at the end that we can ask everybody. But we just want to make sure we get through this
Hold
information.
on, we got one more person I want.
One more. Okay, real quick. Yeah, let's try not to ramble.
So I would say, even like, to look at the environment, you look at what people go through. You look at when people are going through something, they might not have a clear mind. And so you look at that right side and you got a foggy mind, you got a foggy environment. And so sometimes it takes that opportunity to close that door, close that mindset, and get a fresh new mindset. You got to go into a new path, a new journey in order to get that clean environment. And so that's kind of just what
I think that's true. I think you hit the nail on the head. Okay, if you want, go on the next slide. Okay, so I think you guys touched a lot of it too, but as you can see here with this iceberg, we have the tip of the iceberg, things that, people usually see when they think of violence. This is usually what they think of. Homicides, suicides, mass shootings. Those are like the major examples of violence that we see and that we hear in the media. But then a little bit under the waterline, right here in the middle, we have that in schools and communities across the nation, young people are hurting. We see these incidences of violence in our communities and in our in our homes sometimes, but we don't think about how the youth across the country are impacted by these things of violence. And then right here at the bottom, you see that we kind of, in order to solve the issue, we need to address the root causes of youth violence. Because, we see here at the top the actual incidences of violence. Then in the middle here, we see how it impacts people, including the youth. And then at the bottom, we see how at the end of the day, we need to find the root cause for youth violence, because it becomes a cycle of a thing of violence happens at the very top. Then people are hurt by it, but then we don't really get down all the way to the bottom of addressing the causes and trying to stop it. Next slide really quick. J Swag, if you want to read this one.
Research consistently finds that public health approach offers the greatest potential for preventing violence, promoting mental health and wellness.
And then that goes into this next slide. Just like if you want to read it or have someone else read this quote.
The reason why I want to have somebody else read this quote is because it's the energy. It's the energy. So I want you.
We need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in.
Thank you. And then that will play into this next slide, where basically, as you can see here, we've went over this analogy a few times, but it's equally as important. On the left here, or my left, you can see a life preserver, and underneath it says intervention. But on the right side, it has a life jacket, and that says prevention. And basically, when we think about intervention/prevention work, intervention is trying to help somebody as they're actively struggling or as a situation is actively unfolding. But with prevention, the life jacket, it's doing something before something happens to prevent something bad from happening. I know it's like kind of a jumble, but if anybody, like if they understand the intervention versus prevention methods, how would you describe it? Or how would you say that it's helpful?
So the way that I interpret it is like prevention is, almost going back to what Sasi was talking about, having some tools and resources that the community can take part of, so that if they do fall in the water, they already have these resources to like navigate, the obstacles. And, intervention is usually after the fact, right? So like you're already in the water, you already treading, you're already trying to just keep your head above there, and somebody throws you out a life, not even a life preserver, but I forget what those are called. But yeah, so prevention is something that the community needs to be more engaged in, and it's something that we actually tend to like not engage in as much as we should, because a lot of the time we don't know the resources that are there, or we already have stigmas and stereotypes around the resources, so we choose not to even engage them. So, the prevention piece is really essential, but a lot of the time we don't take advantage.
I mean, yeah, you got it with that one. Like specifically building on that, specifically with violence prevention, it's in the name, prevention. We're providing, social emotional learning programs for children, because at the end of the day, the person who, or the people who engage in violence, they're built from a very young age. So by giving children the resources they need to know how to regulate their emotions and how to problem solve and how to all around avoid the situations that lead to violence, you need to provide them at an early age. So we're building people who know how to prevent violence, not just trying to stop people who already have that mindset. And really quick, this next slide. Yep, thank you so much. And I'm just looking at how, like, especially in this situation with the YVPC, we're working in with the CDC, and they declared youth violence and just violence in general a public health crisis. It's an active issue. And as you can see here, with every issue, there's things like treatment, there's intervention, there's prevention. So with specifically youth violence and just violence in our community, you can see treatment can be focusing on those exhibiting violence behaviors. So this is in hand kind of after something has happened, which is what we want to avoid. But regardless, we want to know how to treat violence as an actual issue, not just something that we let happen and then pretend like it doesn't happen. And then for early intervention, we have, focusing on people who are at risk of violence, people who aren't necessarily involved in violence yet, but they are in those factors where they could be. And then this is what we really want to focus on right here at the bottom, upstream prevention, which is how we focus on the entire community, how we're solving issues that can lead to youth violence. And at the end of the day, we're not waiting for something to have happened. We're not trying to stop people who may do it. We're trying to get to the very root and prevent the system of violence altogether from growing and becoming normalized in our communities. And then Jay Swag, you can take this one from here.
What strategies do you know of in the community at each of the levels? What missing? What could you be created? What could be created?
And this is just our last point here. So anybody, if you haven't talked yet, now is the moment. Or just to throw out, your thoughts about this triangle here.
I want to hear, hold on. I want to hear from him. The reason why I want to hear from you is because movement fall into energy too. And I'm feeling some
strategies. Do you know? So what strategies could be created? Basically, oh my God. What strategies? I say first, man. The first two things, just cut out the bad music, just fix your diet. Really, with strategy, I ain't even think this far for real. I thought about two things, but I'm gonna keep it short. I'm gonna just say, like, I think we need to see more physical, like, sport activity with the youth, because one thing I am seeing though is most kids nowadays, they're being raised on like their iPads and their phones like crazy, and that social connection is just gonna fall out. Like everything is just on the internet and everybody just trying to be something that they ain't. So I believe, if we just bring it back to like, simple stuff like just hooping or, just playing any type of old sport with your homeboys, you could build that through them, and then I feel like we would see like lesser violence than, everybody's just trying to pose on the net, just to try to gain clout. You know what I'm saying? Like if we just make it more simple for like just young youth and children, just give them some sports, bro. Like I mean, like that's the most simple way. Like just give them some sports, cut out the music, and fix their diet and stop eating chicken, y'all. It's bad. I'm keeping it being. It's bad for y'all, bro. It's kill y'all. But yeah, those are strategies for real. Anyone speaking?
Yeah, let's have one more person.
Appreciate it.
And, just think about like what strategies we need in our community to help prevent violence.
I heard from both of them.
This is so systematic. It goes back to what Il-7 said about the roots of the tree. And yes, diet, playing with, actual socialization off of a screen, that would help. Yes. But I think having an identity of who you are, besides a slave, like that plays such a huge role in our self-esteem. And not knowing your real history, being lied to, then going to work and being, looked over. I've done that. I worked in corporate America 20 years. You train somebody and then, somebody that doesn't look like you come in, you train them, then they get promoted. That makes you upset. Yeah, you come home, you might yell at the kids. That happened to my father. He was in the military. He ranked up there with Commander Sergeant, came home from Vietnam War, tried to use the bathroom, and they called him, boy, go use the outhouse outside. He's an officer. He became violent. He beat my mother for years, yelling at us. So what I'm saying is, sorry, that was a lot. What I'm saying is, we as a people need to know who we are. Brown, black, anything that's not European, we've been lied to. And until we really know who we are and understand our worth and our value, this same violence is going to continue. We have to know who we are. We have to practice visualization. I love the exercise that Il7 did when we wrote down, what does it look like to you? What does it taste like? What does it feel like? These different feelings and emotions. We have to visualize our reality so till it becomes a reality. And we don't spend enough time visualizing what we think peace and love looks like because we constantly staring at this thing looking for the answer. Well, it's not going to give you the answer. You got to look within your mind, just like that fish tank you showed. I love that. You might be living in that cloudy fish tank but if you think yourself into a clean fish tank, you can escape that. And I just don't think we use our mental power is so great and we don't use it as much as we could. We're not tapping in the way we can. So I just want to say that.
Thank you. I think that's the perfect note for our workshop to end up on.
And real quick, talking about like analyzing ourselves and knowing ourselves. I moved out here in 7th grade, and this hit me different. You know how I said I was placed energy, right? And I sat right here, right? And I know we short on time, but I just gotta say this. 7th grade, I was introduced to Jalen and J Swag. J Swag had to become about I do music, do a lot of stuff. My English class was like where it was at because it was the most history about Black people and me to reflect on myself, to know me. When I know me, I can analyze, not even analyze, but help other people to know themselves. One person that did help me is crazy because he in his room. And he was my English teacher in 7th grade when I first moved out here. Florida Pier Waller. I only been there 1 year. I'm not good with names. I don't remember his name, but I remember faces. And I'm good with faces. And the reason why I'm good with faces is because energy. Energy attracts me to that person. It comes to me to that person to reflect on any emotions, anything. Talking to Miss Grayson it's emotions that come out that's not usual. This was a teacher that I did have emotions that come out that wasn't usual. Even the simple conversations that was on an English packet. Like I swear on everything. It's crazy. I ain't even see him the whole time. But I had to say what's up.
Well, I guess just all in all, I want to thank you all for your insightful opinions, for your solutions. I feel like this, like I've said it time and time again, and I'll keep saying it, this is how we solve the issue. It's not one person, like everybody has a different solution. It's that we come together as a people and that we acknowledge what we need, acknowledging why we've been put in this position, and then also just learning from each other. I think this is really important. I just want to thank you all for having me here today, for coming and talking and contributing. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right, y'all. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. Cool. So we are getting ready for a panel dialogue. So I need the panelists to come to the inner circle. And we have some amazing folks in the room. We got Francis, we got July, we got Il7, we got Jay Swag, we got Kimberly. We need all of y'all to begin migrating to the inner circle. But we also want everybody else to fill in some of these empty spaces. So everybody grab a seat. We are going to have a drum circle, and Brother Francis is going to lead us to a drum dialogue. Also, we have some drums right here too. If you are somebody who likes more of this sort of style of thing, we got some other stuff on this circle. Feel free. We got some shakers, you know what I mean? All kind of different instruments. Choose your flavor, choose your behavior. All right, I'm gonna pass the mic.
Oh, you passed the mic. Well, let's fill the circle, everybody, please, if you can. If you're not, you know, a photographer busy with anything, I would love for you to take a drum, because a circle is never complete when we have empty spot. So except for this drum, you can take any other drum that speaks to you. So let's sit, please. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. We have sports available. And if percussion is your thing, that is okay too. So for folks who just came, we are about to start the drum circle. So please, if you can, take a drum, sit with a drum, and let's start with this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have all the drums taken, right? Thank you. That really is amazing. So I'm going to unveil mine. How many of us are familiar with this drum? Yeah? Yeah? We have some sort of knowledge about the traditional African djembe, its origin, what it was used for, and all of that. So I will just talk a little bit about the djembe, or the essence of traditional African drumming. My name is Francis Ejakwa, or Kweku, a son born on Wednesday. First generation Ghanaian living in Denver. I've been here 20 years. Came straight to DU for grad school, fell in love with Denver, and have built my life here. I do still go home to Ghana. I have 2 incredible boys, 11 and 8. I'm a divorced single dad. I have 50% of my children. I should say that because I feel like that is part of my identity as a man, as a Black African man, being in my children's life, very, very significant part of my life. I'm also an academician, so I do a lot of adjunct work with the University of Denver School of Social Work. And I will talk about the essence of drumming, traditionally why it's so important to us as Black folks. Our ancestors celebrated the beginning of life with drumming. And they celebrated initiation of life, what we call the middle of life, initiations, with drumming. They celebrated death, which marks the end of life, with drumming. It was also one way for us to stay connected to our ancestry, to Mother Earth. And the reason why we play djembe, we sit it on the ground, is because we are giving all of our tiredness, we are giving all of our stress, we are giving everything to the drum.
Now, originally, if you see, this is the authentic djembe. These ones that you have are my traveling or teaching drums are made from synthetic materials. But the original djembe comes from odum or the acacia wood from the African forest. Now, what our ancestors say is, when you take the tree out of Mother Earth and you fashion a drum out of it, and then you used a goat skin as the head of the drum, when I beat the drum, I am basically communing with Mother Earth, because the animal that was killed to make the drum, the blood returns to Mother Earth to fertilize the wood that also comes from Mother Earth. And so there's a significance to it. Now, when we also play, it means we are connecting our spirits together as a people, and we are communing with our ancestors. And so today, I want you to just open your heart out, open yourself out. This is not just an exercise. Yes, drum circle is fun, but for me, when I play it, there's more significance to it. And so we'll first do, to take you through the basic way of playing the djembe. Okay, so I want you to, if you have a short torso like me, I would just encourage you, unless you're tall, like this brother right here, you can sit, but I want you to tilt your drum forward and then squeeze it in between your thighs. So tilt it forward, tilt it this way towards me. Yeah. And the reason why we do that is there is an opening here. People say, yeah, it makes the drum sounds better, right? If you put it down versus you tilt it, this is the sound you get. However, what we are doing is when I play it and I'm giving my spirit, my sweat, whatever is going on, it's passing down to Mother Earth. And that is why traditionally when we play it, we'll sit in a circle on the ground in the sun, so there's no barrier to us passing all of that to Mother Earth. Okay, so we're gonna learn how to play it. Two basic sounds that we use in djembe is the bass, which we start in the middle of the drum. So I want you to take your hand right here, relax your hand, all right? See that? Hit in the middle, hit in the middle like that. Good, good, good. Don't be afraid. Release it, right? Good job, everybody. And so then the second is we'll shift. We start from the middle. We're going to shift right here. And we're going to do the tone so that you see a variation. And the reason why the djembe is such a versatile drum is one drum, you can play different variations of sound. Right? So we're going to play the tone. See that? All right. I want you to relax your hand. Every finger touch it. Okay? Good. Good job. All right. And so that is the bass tone. That's it's more by technical playing. The slap is where we take tip of our finger and we slap. So when you hear, right? So that is the slap. So now we're gonna combine it and play something. Pa topum pa topum pa putum pa putum. Right? That's what we're gonna play. So when I make that sound, can we all play it on the drum based on the bass and the tone? Putum pa putum pa putum pa putum. circle, right? As we playing, we are connecting our energy. That is how we call on our ancestors. And so we want to make sure that everybody in the circle actually gets it. So we don't leave a person behind. So I'm not picking on you, but we're going to get it. You got it in you. You just have to let yourself go and release it. Okay? So let's start in the middle. You got it. Good. So we start. See? You've got it. You've got it. Amazing job. So we're all going to start again. Okay? 1, 2, let's go. Tell me what is going on inside you.
I'm feeling numb. Like my emotions is just free. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like I'm open to open energies that surround me. That's
Yeah.
trying to speak that.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
striking.
Yeah.
I feel it through the vibrations.
The connection. Right? We're speaking one language right now. Nothing matter. One language. What else?
I would say vibration.
Vibration. You were getting into it, right? You started picking my energy. What was that for? What was that for you?
For me, it's just resistance. It's like just connecting with like my ancestors, and like just being like that disruptor unapologetically.
So I love that. You started playing really out of your spirit. And I just realized you were playing the same rhythm and I'm playing. And then you pause for a minute and then you come back in. What else? So this is what I want us to do. We've all felt different emotion. We've played just the simple bass and tone, and we've connected and we've played this. I want whatever you're feeling, whatever emotions that you're feeling, if you can translate it, play it, and then we'll play it with you. It doesn't have to sound like mine or what professional, whatever you feel. So thank you. Anybody else? Release it, release it. It's right here in you.
Cool. So I'm doing this mic not necessarily just for us, but for people who are watching live. That makes sense. And I just want to start by saying thank you to Francis for leading us in a drum circle, because I've had this burning question in my mind about what does it mean to have both Black and African folks mingle? What does it mean to have a cultural identity given all the different things that we see on the medias, all the different things that we have to deal with, whether it's the violence in the communities or just learning to be within this beautiful skin we have, right? So with that being said, we're gonna have a panel dialogue, and we have some folks here in the center who are the main folks who will be speaking. However, along this journey, we invite other people to participate if you feel called to do so, if that makes sense. So maybe somebody within the circle has an additional question that you ask. What you got, Swag?
From the beginning when he explained like the meaning of it, I take certain things what people put out and I make it make sense in my way so I can have better understanding of it. And ever since a kid, vibrations like gunshots made me feel the gunshot. If that makes sense. So the vibration of the drums, the vibration I'm putting into the drum goes into the skin, like you were saying, right? Goes deeper into the deep end of the tree. And long story short, I felt the vibrations that my energy was putting in, and it made me in some way connect to energy that I can't hear or voices I can't hear, which is from my ancestors, of course, but not just my ancestors. It's different energy ancestors that you feel what I'm saying? So it's like untrustable, but trustable, if that makes sense. I have no choice but to trust it because I'm putting the energy into this drum and y'all putting the energy into the drum, if that makes sense.
I think that's like a good segue question. And I'll open this up to our panelists. And just as a reminder, we have Francis, we have July, we have Il7, we have J Swag, we have Kimberly, and we also have Kalia, who is online virtually. So with that being said, I'm just curious, what knowledge about Black or African culture did you lack growing up that you wish you had? And I just think that's kind of like a segue, because when we think about our ancestors, that's not a conversation that I ever had growing up, just being honest. So I'm just curious, what are y'all's thoughts? And it's open to whoever wants to speak upon that.
When I was growing up, a lot of the information that I acquired as far as like my African ancestry, it came in a few different ways. Like on my father's side, he's Haitian. They're from Haiti. My mother's side, they're from Mexico. But my grandfather was like a dark-skinned Mexican, you know? So I always had like kind of an awareness, but maybe not an ancestral understanding. So that came actually in school, just because when I was in school, we were in the military. My dad was in the military, so I would travel around a lot. And the more that we traveled, it seemed that you always had to acclimate to any area that you were in. So I'm originally from, like, my family's from Watts, Los Angeles. And I grew up in LA, Vallejo, Las Vegas, a lot of different places. So it was always something that I was always searching for as far as the identity piece. But I knew, you know, on my grandmother's side, everybody spoke fluent Spanish. And then on my father's side, everybody spoke Creole. So it was always an interesting connection, trying to like figure who I was within that. But the more that I've done my research and study of myself, it's all connected. It's just I was trying to find those connections when I was young.
Oh, there's a comment in the back.
Hi. So I think I had a unique experience growing up. I am African American, but my family on my grandmother's side happens to be one of the oldest families in Maryland. So we're actually in a museum, and we can trace our history back from our first ancestor who came over, who was an African who came over from Germany. So growing up, I always had a sense of where I came from. And I also came from a family of academics as well. So there was learning that in school and living in a chocolate city. I'm from Detroit. So there, it was just taught. And I feel like my friend here, I didn't catch her name, that piece of being colored in America where you learn how to be a chameleon. So I went to an all white undergrad school where I was one of 4 people of color in my graduating class of like 400 people. So for 4 years, that was a lot of fun. And so you learn, my mom decided, or she told me when I was in high school that she really didn't want me to go to a Black college, which was an option for me. I could pretty much go wherever I wanted. She wanted me to go to an all-white school because she said life is not like that here. Where I was a chemistry major, and the world I was going into was not only predominantly male, but it was also predominantly white. And she wanted me to be able to learn how to cope and deal with that. So that's what I did. Mhm. Uh-huh.
So like what you saying, I'm feeling like some type of energy that you feel some type of regret of not being a voice of what you was taught or what you had to teach yourself, if that makes sense.
No, not regret.
It's not a
Because
regret.
I wouldn't be who I am today if I hadn't gone through what I went through.
Okay.
So it's like Maya Angelou says, like, when you know better, you do better. When you can't change what you don't know. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. So I think maybe a sense of trauma, yes. There was a lot of healing that I had to do to really reorganize and ground myself. And that was a 20-year recovery from that. But no, not regret. And that's just my personal choice. Worry only pretends to be necessary, but it serves no absolute purpose.
Sure.
And that's what I feel about regret. It doesn't actually solve anything. It doesn't move me forward. It is a feeling or emotion to pause, right? To stop and pause and reflect. But it is not something that I can carry with me if I want to move forward. So does that make sense? Yeah. So yes, there was definitely a period of trauma from that. But I went to the college that I went to because they have the #1 study abroad program in the country. And it's included in your 4-year plan. So I knew I wanted to travel. I had already traveled a lot in high school, and I ended up living in Kenya for a year. And when I stepped off the plane, it was the first time that I was actually aware, conscious that I didn't have to think about the color of my skin because everybody looked like me. And I was like, oh my goodness, that is what I had been carrying, like this unconscious weight that you carry in America of holding all of the history and the trauma of your skin. that's attached to your skin in this country, and it's passed down forever and ever, it seems like. And that was just like, I knew right away, instantly, like, oh, that's what it was. That weight, that was not mine. I inherited that just by simply being born here. And it's something that I noticed that Africans who come over to this country, like, they don't have that, because no one ever tell them they were the other. And it's not like people say that out loud. You learn it. You learn it by the way your parents teach you how to not die when you get pulled over by police. You learn it when your auntie says, oh no, don't talk like that here. Or, do you know what I mean? Or, oh no, you can't wear that where we're going. Like, you learn it from these unconscious, nonverbal things. And for me, my time there was healing. And so back to your original question, like that conflict, I guess, is a word you could use. I don't really think that well, let me start over. What I think it really is a perception. It is an energy of disconnect from African Americans who are born here, born and raised here, from people who have no one ever judged them. Obviously, there's other things that happen. When I was in Kenya, I also learned that human beings are innately like judgmental because they didn't have skin issues per se against each other. It was tribes, right? So that helped me kind of put things in perspective, like this human characteristic to hate, to categorize, to judge, so that I could see it for what it was. So when I came back, I didn't have that weight, and I could look at things, I think, a lot clearer. I could see
Kind of like the environmental
Yeah.
diagram that we did, right?
Yeah. So, and there's, you couldn't, there was so much weight, like being a Black person or just a person of color. And I'm in college, right? I got a scholarship to go to college, and I'm a chemistry major. I'm trying to learn. And, I take a psych class, and they're giving a statistic about African Americans. And then everyone, including the teacher, turns to me. And now I'm just like, no, I am here to learn. Like that, having like things like that you just energetically take on. So I don't think it's not a conflict, it's a perception misunderstanding. And the whole idea, I'm sorry, I've been talking a lot. The whole idea of like the early 90s, when I heard for the first time the diaspora, that word, I was like, what is that? That idea that there's a common connector, and there's a common experience. So I'm hoping that we're getting there. So I don't know. This was nice in a way where you could use frequency and not words to kind of connect. So this is really lovely.
Thank you. And I think that's another good tie-in. Two things, because I will just say, for the sake of saying, we do want to try to keep things maybe within 2 minutes per person, just so we can share the mic adequately. But I do love the vision that you shared with us. Another question that I have in mind is, what's your first memory with music? And I'm thinking kind of with some of our creative folks, what's your first memory with music?
I can't say that I could be accurate in my first memory, but the one that pops up first, there was a rap song on. I was a toddler, maybe I was like 3 or 4, and I was rapping real fast. So it could have been E40. It could have been, I don't know, You know, so I'm from the South, right? They was rapping real fast, and I thought I knew all the words. So I was like, I was trying to do what they was doing. I didn't even know what they was saying. I just had the rhythm, right? And swore I knew what I was doing. I was like, I'm a rapper. I told everybody, I said, I'm a rapper. I can rap this song. I was just mumbling, you know, but that's probably my earliest memory. And another one I could think of, my dad, he had music equipment because he was a producer and he liked to rap, so he would like record himself. So I just remember seeing all this stuff he didn't know how to use all the time, and I don't think he ever figured out how to use it. He just accumulated a whole bunch of equipment that didn't go together because you didn't have nobody to teach you back then. Anybody else want to go?
Thank you. Your first question was really deep question, right? In terms of culture and symbols. For me, growing up as a Ghanaian, there was no question as to who I am, right? Because even traditionally, that when you're born, right from the day you're born, you come to this earth and being recognized as this is the day you came to this earth, this is the name you're given. Kweku, a son born on Wednesday. Nobody else has a name like that. And then on top of that, when you are adult to your community and the ceremony that is performed and you're given schnapp and they tell you, this is what it represents. Water, this is what I represent. This is earth. This is what earth represents. And you get to know the symbol of your ancestry. You get to know the songs that goes with the accolades when your name is mentioned. So my last name is Jakwa. I went home back in 2018 before pandemic. The security guard who took my passport just saw my name. And the first thing he said was, Yenjaokwa. That is an accolade that goes with my last name. And my last name tells you the family that I belong to. It points you to, this is your home. Oh, your uncle is this. Oh, your aunt is this person. So that alone, the identity that you hold, that alone puts you, and also being a male. And this is one thing I've been fighting internally and externally as I became more matured and also academic, to really understand and even educate, my parent at that time to say, there's no difference between a man, your daughter, and your sons. But being born the first grandson to a family and what it means. Because the things you're given, a land is assigned to you because you are going to continue the legacy of the family. So you have this. Everything goes through you. The flip side is also the responsibility that you carry, that you cannot screw up. Because you carry this name, which is so significant that when you screw up, you're not just screwing yourself up, but you're screwing up a generation that has gone before you and a generation that has come after you. And so that identity is so strong and you walk with it. And it also projects this confidence. I know who I am. And you cannot change that. And to your second question, for me, my first memory, I grew up around African traditional music. By age, I would say about elementary school, right? So 5, 6, 7, 8, I was playing the djembe. I remember entering into my first talking drum competition. And my grandfather handed me the mallet, one of the mallet I gave you last year, saying, this is how you learn to commune with your ancestors. When you play the talking drum, you're talking. You are communicating, you are communing, you are veiling your spirit. So for me, music has always, and even in ceremonies where I participated, where music was used as a form of healing, where they put people in a circle, you sit down, you play the music, and you see the projection of the collective spirit touching one individual, lifting that individual up. So it's been very significant, and I never really take it for granted. I remember about 2 months ago, I came from work and there was this heaviness, being somebody, the way I sound, the way I look, being in leadership position, there's a lot of pressure. And I came home, and when you come to my house, I have djembes all over. And I just picked the djembe, and I remember just playing it, playing. And I remember there was some sort of a release out of my system. And a voice, my grandfather who taught me how to drum had passed away, but I could hear his voice saying, yeah, tell your ancestors what you need. Tell them what you need. Just keep telling them what you need. Keep telling. And it happened when you started playing that tune. And I just closed my eyes, and I was sort of transplanted out of the circle to a different place because of what music means to me and the memory that I have with music.
Thank you, Francis.
I would say like music really gives me my own little vibe, but I would say like not all music is good music. Like I have my own little vibe with my music in my room, and I be hearing all these other rap songs. I be singing them until I realize what they're actually saying. And sometimes music can like trick your mind into you being somebody that you're really not because you're trying to be like them. Some music talks about like a lot of violence, and you'll be like, okay, I'm that type of person because I listen to that type of music. Like I could hear music talking about like weapons and stuff and all cussing and everything. And kids will be like, oh, okay. So they'll start like acting like how they're acting in the music videos. But I would say with me, my music gives me my own little vibe. And I know like, don't act like how they're acting in the music videos. Cause sometimes it's not always real how they're acting, and they just want to trick your mind. Cause some people like that listen to music, their minds are like really tricked. And that's why so much violence is happening, because the music interesting. I don't know how to say it, but yeah.
Your first question, growing up, I'm losing my voice, sorry. Growing up, wasn't really taught a lot of Black history at all. Parents taught me to work hard, taught me education was the way, but specifically about Black history, I wasn't taught that at all, which is probably why I'm so much of an advocate for Black history now. And my first form of music that I heard growing up was gospel. I remember just the tradition of my mother playing that very loud on Sunday mornings, and I was raised in, I'm not from here, I'm from Wichita, Kansas. So I was raised in CM&E church, and a lot of gospel music. And even now, when days are hard for me, I resort back to gospel music.
Yeah, just last.
Thank you. And sister, I don't know, what's your name? Kennedy. Kennedy said something that really resonated with me in terms of music, right? Traditionally, and even neurologically, music feeds our soul. So it's that music, the food for the soul. So we all know, right? The type of food you put in your body determines how your body also functions. And so the type of music that we also listen to, and especially when, working with young men and women, are always saying, yes, you have to, even my own children, we had a very interesting conversation driving to school, and I'm always playing, when I'm driving, it's Afro beats. right? Because it talks about everything else, you know, and of course now there's modernization of it. And then I'll put it to a station, traditional African music. So you hear fella, you know, old African musicians really talking about wonderful things, right? And my oldest, who is 11, said, "Dad, why do you always play this kind of music?" And I said, "Well, I'm raising you boys here. And so I need to feed your soul with things that matters to your ancestry." And so I think I love how you have, right at this age, even captured that concept of, if music is the food for my soul, I need to really be careful and cognizant of what I'm feeding my soul. And I think all of us here would also need, and when you talk of also identity, right? Going back to the topic you posed, our identity is so much wrapped in our culture. And when we talk about culture, right, there's so many different things in our culture: our language, our food, our music, our clothing, the way we walk and talk, and all of that. It's really embedded in our culture. And so it's important that every aspect of our culture really then links us to our identity as Black people. So I just wanted to respond to that. So thank you. And thank you very much, Kennedy, for that.
Of course. And thank you all. So this is going to be a little bit of a unique thing. It's an experiment, right? So I'm going to read, we got J Swag. So I'm going to read some of your bio, not all of it. And there's a reason for that. So Mr. Jalen Prophet, also known as BKA Swag, is originally from Detroit, Michigan. He's a senior at Dr. Martin Luther King Early College and attends school part-time at CEC Early College. He is also an upcoming musician and a member of the Youth Advisory Council for YVPCD. So, thinking of yourself as an artist, what do you want your music to do to anybody who hears your music? What is the purpose of your music? And I think you dropped an upcoming album, right?
Yep, I did.
Yep.
Heavy visuals.
Let's talk about it.
Well, when I started music, I was 15 years old. Became J Swag, BK J Swag. When I was 15, it's the first time doing something inside the streets. When I was 16, first time actually handling something inside the streets. But when I was 8, when I was 7, when I was 6, I was in Killeen, and I witnessed a lot in the streets. 5 years old and younger, I was in Detroit. 5 Mile, Finkel, Lauder and Eden. All you see is poverty. All there is violence. So being around that since a kid, I wanted to speak that out of the youth head from the get-go, speaking positivity into the microphone, right? But talking to my pops a Muslim. And long story short, when I was younger, I was taught that I was always in a Christianity household, Christianity family. But all my family that was outside of Christianity was on my mom's dad's side. My mom's dad is more into the Black culture and more into different religions. Long story short, I was told, well, not even told, I low-key told myself, everybody from a different religion has an open mind. The reason why I say they have an open mind, because that was there. Like who I grew up around was even Christian, so it was like hearing that difference, I knew there could be a difference either way. It was possible. Long story short, older that I got, the more experience I had to talk about, the more experience that I had to let them know what Jalen went through so they can really know the real, genuine J Swag. So when I'm speaking positive, they can listen. They know, all right, bet. He been through this. This what he's saying was going on. This what he's saying really happened. All right, bet. Let's hear what's next. That's grabbing their attention. All I can do is keep putting it in their face. As long as I'm putting it in their face, I got their attention. Then we got events like this. right? Reposting it on my story. Little stuff like that, putting it in their face. Even though it could be better and I'm not trying too much right now, the reason why I'm not trying too much right now is because attention is powerful. Listeners, like we said before, a lot of youth don't listen, right? Hearing it from your pops, like you told your sons. And I'm gonna be honest, I have a lot of African friends that come to school and reflect on how their mother or their father spoken to them. Just because us Americans, we complain about how our fathers, our father and mother speak to us. Long story short, words is powerful. What I say is powerful. So I'm not gonna tell you to do something, but what I can tell you is this is what I went through. This was gonna happen. This is real. This is life. These are experiences that's actually going on around the youth that we need to break out of. You know what I mean?
Is there somebody that had a response? Khalid, are you there?
Yeah, I've just been listening so far.
Cool.
I mean, could you repeat the question? Because I mean, there's so much that's been said. I don't even know where it came from.
That completely makes sense. And like I said, this is an experiment, y'all. But no, I just was wondering about J Swag's music and how he wanted to put his message out there. So nothing directly towards you, but just wanted to let you know we hear you, we see you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in. I just want to see where the conversation's going so far.
Cool.
My fault. I had a question for you, bro. So like, what are your top 3 rappers? You know, your biggest inspirations?
I don't say inspiration. Who I listen to, who I like. I like Lil Papa, NBA YoungBoy, Rod Wave.
So like, where do you see yourself like 20 years from now? Like, do you see yourself like at a J. Cole, Kendrick level?
Most def. Most def. You can't compare NBA YoungBoy to J. Cole. They're two different level-headed people. YoungBoy can't do what J. Cole can. J. Cole set a path. He said he what I'm doing now. YoungBoy ain't know what was gonna happen. Me, I know. So I know the differences, but that's what I like though. For real.
Yeah, I thought you said YoungBoy was better than Cole. I was better. Yeah. He's too intelligent. Too intelligent. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Does anyone else want to speak on the mic?
Well, actually, I wanted to do a slight interjection towards July's direction, and I'm just going to read a little bit of your bio, because something that maybe some of y'all don't know is July is a multi-talented rapper and producer at the fulcrum of an evolving hip-hop scene. July is a very different and uniquely wired musician who isn't afraid to break the rules and push the boundaries of our perception with her deeply layered lyricism and well-crafted production. So yesterday you did your first headline show. Can we give a quick round of applause? So, a couple things. What did it feel like to just release that energy? If we're talking about the drum and how that's released, you just went out there, you did your headline. How did it feel to get that out? And then also, what do you feel your culture growing up, or how did your culture growing up allow you to become who you are today, where you're performing headliners in Denver?
For sure. So, as far as how it felt to release the energy, honestly was the most calm I've felt performing the past few years. I didn't feel any anxiety. And I think it was because the people that were there for me. And it's very different when I'm placed in rooms where I'm performing and the people don't know who I am. And you know, it's every artist's dream to have people in the room who know about their work and can ask them, you know, layered questions that aren't just surface level and know their lyrics and can say it back to them, or have a favorite song or use inside jokes based on their lyrics. I got a line that says, "If somebody choose me, I slide Crisco," right? So this dude walked up to me and he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna slide in your DMs like Crisco." I'm like, okay, I see you. You listen to my music, you know. So, it was a blessing to be in a room full of people that came for me and came to support me, and didn't necessarily have like a ulterior motive, like trying to network or asking for something. Because a lot of times it's hard going up into spaces that you haven't been in and realizing it's just networking, and everybody wants something from you. And it's hard for me being multi-talented, multifaceted, and most of the time, 80%, maybe 99.9% of the time when somebody is, contacting me is to ask for something. As for the other side of your question, how my culture growing up shaped me, I would say I was able to define my own culture, being in a single parent household with my grandmother. She was a CNA, so she worked 12-hour shifts. When I would wake up in the morning, she was gone. She had to work at 7 in the morning, so she would leave at 6. So I would get myself ready for school. I would walk to school, sit in school. I went to Maxwell Elementary, so it was primarily Mexican and Black. And after school, I would walk home. I would make my own lunch, probably a sandwich or a Lunchable, whatever was available in the house. If there was anything available, I wait for my grandma to get home, and she bring Chinese food from the Dollar Scoop on is that Peoria? Yep, she bring Chinese food from the Dollar Scoop because that's all she could afford, and we eat Chinese food. And I watch TV in my room and eat dinner, and she watch TV in her room and eat dinner. I didn't talk much. I was quiet, but at this time, it was like YouTube was just starting to pop up. So MySpace was just dying out. Facebook was coming in. This is like when social media was, at the uprise before like the big pop off and everybody had it, but all the kids were into it, all the teenagers, the young adults and whatnot. So I was able to find things that I was interested in that my parents weren't necessarily privy to. So also, witnessing various musicians blow up without social media, like Soulja Boy, Tell 'Em. That's one example, and you were able to decide if you like that or not, or all these dances, do the stanky leg, you a jerk, all that stuff. I didn't really resonate with it, and I got to choose, what I liked because of the internet. So I would say I actually got to shape what I was through the internet because it wasn't too saturated and there was a lot of both trash and quality content to consume. But because I was so quiet and to myself and I was the only child, I kind of raised myself in a sense. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Cool. Thank you, July. And congratulations once again. Kalia, you still with us?
Yep.
Okay, this one's coming for you. I hope you're ready. I just noticed something between Kalia and Kimberly. So y'all are both from Wichita?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's your niece. I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, cool. So everything makes sense. I'm a little, give me some time. I'll figure it out. But I'm gonna read her bio real quick. Kalia was born in Wichita, Kansas, and moved to Denver, Colorado in 2014. Among many educational achievements, she is a founding member of No Justice, No Peace, Unrestricted Revolution. She graduated among the top of her class from Dr. Martin Luther King Early College in 2023 with 58 college credits. She is currently a sophomore political science major at Howard University. So, and will be classified as a junior in January.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is her first year at Howard, but she's gonna be classified as a junior, y'all. Can y'all give it up for Kalia?
Thank you.
So I'm curious, Kalia, because we had you last year. You didn't left us. You went to Howard. So I'm curious, with the podcast that you started and are a part of, how are you carrying that energy from No Justice, No Peace to Howard? And what's the significance of Howard to you?
That's a good question. Honestly, I think even before the podcast, but especially as we kept the podcast rolling, it helped me develop like a lot of just good leadership skills because I definitely consider myself a leader like within the classroom, in different settings. I have skills that I did not have before, like being able to break the silence and get a conversation rolling, or being open to collaborating with the people around me. That's a big thing here at Howard. So yeah, I feel like I brought a lot of the skills and the passion that I built from being on the podcast and brought it here. And just being around like-minded people who want to, do something good in the world and who have high, goals for themselves. It's a really good environment to be in. And yeah, with Howard, I really like it here so far. Once again, it's a lot of it's the best of the best, and it's a lot of people who want to make something of themselves and are in one place to do it.
Nice. That's beautiful. And what if we could ask that initial question, what knowledge about Black or African culture did you lack growing up that you wish you had?
Mm. Well, I mean, it's a lot. It's the whole reason why we started the podcast, and the reason why we're in this position today because we didn't have a lot of Black history in class. So, I mean, something that I've been educating myself about that I think would have really helped me growing up was, how slavery and how it played into the economy and how like deep rooted slavery is in every part of our society. So I feel like, I'm studying to be, well, I'm studying political science. I want to be a lawyer, and like I'm learning how deep rooted slavery is in so many parts of our society. And I feel like once you fully understand that, you can see how a lot of patterns show up, like how, Black people were put in a position to fail in society because of slavery. And a lot of people, I haven't experienced that a lot here, but a lot of people will say that like slavery is so deep in the past that it doesn't affect us anymore. And I already knew that that wasn't true, but just learning more and more about the different ways it impacts us is really eye opening.
Thank you, Kalia. We're snapping over here. But I like how you discuss those patterns, and it's a pretty good segue because I also want to get to you, Kimberly, because you've done a lot of different things for the Black community, the far Northeast community, and DMLK. And it's unique because DMLK graduate, DMLK about to be graduate, right? So I went to DMLK for 6th and 7th grade, so that would have been like 2003, 2000, too long ago. But I'm going to read a little bit of your bio, Kimberly, and then I got a question. So Kimberly is a dedicated educator whose life's mission embodies the belief that every day is an opportunity to empower and uplift others. With an unwavering commitment to instilling self-confidence, fostering success, and championing professional collaboration and effective leadership, she has left an ineligible mark on the world of education. So, with that in mind, as an educator, as a principal, there's a lot of discipline required, whether it's self-discipline for yourself or instilling a culture for Black excellence and letting the students know that discipline is important. So I'm just curious, what is discipline to you, and how did you first learn about discipline?
I think it depends on how you define discipline, whether you're looking at discipline as a definition of behavior, or if it's discipline as in self-disciplining your work ethic. For me, and as a leader, I just wanted my students to be the best version of themselves and to show up authentically and to know what their version of success was and to make sure that they were striving for that version every day and to be disciplined and making sure that they were reaching benchmarks towards that goal each and every single day. And that's my definition of discipline, not necessarily the system's definition of discipline as far as behaviors to start.
I'm kind of curious, and this is open minded, but if you want to answer it, would love to hear your thoughts. Why and how is discipline needed when it comes to creating a culture amongst Black folks? Because something that I've noticed is with Francis, you talked about a whole history when it comes to this is my why. I was born in Ghana. There's a whole reason. There's a celebration. I can tell you when my mother was born by a white grandmother, or my grandmother who's white, she gave birth to my mother by herself in her bedroom. So there was no ceremony. There was no love in that room. It was a lot of trauma. It was a lot of how do we just get through this process, right? So when I think about being disciplined culturally, I'm also thinking of my father. I'm thinking of my granddad. I'm thinking of us as men. What does it mean for us to be disciplined? But I'm also thinking, what does discipline mean culturally when maybe for Ghanaians, there's a whole ceremony, but for a lot of us as Black folks, we don't even have access to our original name. So I'm just kind of curious. Maria, you interested? Cool.
But I also think first we have to teach, we got to go back to our identity and our history.
Yeah.
Right. And so part of that is teaching our kids their history. And the history doesn't start with slavery. Our history, and I took a picture of the quote there, right? Our history starts with knowing that we are royalty and beginning there. And that's why I was so much and still am so much of an advocate for the Black History 365 curriculum, because it doesn't start with slavery, right? And we have to teach our kids their identity. And I think that that's the missing piece. Our kids see so much of the media and what people want them to believe that they are. And that's why so much of the violence and things of that nature are happening. They don't know who they are. And part of teaching them that is by design. It's missing. And people say that they care about our kids. But the actions don't show it.
Thank you for that, truly. I think the question isn't necessary. First off, we learn out of context here in America. And the question isn't necessarily about our culture. I think that, culture has been a word that's been put on us that's kind of misleading. I think that the word that we're really looking for is civilization. And civilization is much more profound than culture because it's what set humans apart from everything else. Rocks have culture, cells have culture, ants have culture, bees have culture, but it is humans that gave birth to civilization. What is civilization? Now we want to talk about architecture, engineering, math, science. But a lot of the times it's talking about, when we say culture, we're talking about pretty much music, movie, and TVs, right or wrong. And my brother right here, he said some very phenomenal things earlier about descent nature. And, the system of things being passed down through generation. And you can look at, I went to University of Missouri for college, and I was at a graduation ceremony, and you have in certain European families 5 generations of nurses, 5 generations of lawyers, 5 generations of exactly what do we have 5 generations of? And when it comes to instilling discipline in our people, again, I believe we forget how ancient we are. Indeed. And we forget how rich we are. Not in material, but in spirit. We truly forget how rich we are. And I don't want to tell pretty lies, you know, I want to tell ugly truth. And the truth of the matter is that we have been assimilated into a culture that from the start was put on us by the people we believe are oppressing us. So when you look at terms like Black, Negro, colored, we just beat the drums together in unison, right? That's a frequency. That's a vibration. Words have frequencies and vibrations, right? So when you talk about in the modern sense, this term that comes up in the Renaissance or Revolution struggle, white supremacy. Well, what was white first supreme over? Right? So this term white was created in 1681 during Bacon's rebellion in Virginia. And this term was used to separate poor European workers and poor African workers in Virginia by the rich, because they seen how powerful it was if poor Europeans and poor people of African descent, if they came together, what would they accomplish? So they had to implement this pigmentocracy system, social construct that we call racism, to then divide. So before 1681, the phrase white people was not written on any laws. So when we look at understanding who we really are, specifically, you know, I am chairman of the Denver Moorish Science Temple of America. So as Moorish Americans, when we look at, my brother said that we don't know or we don't have access to our original names, that's not true. And understanding that we have again, rich history. And my brother right here, he's from Ghana. And, you know, I love history. And, you know, what Ghana is at today isn't actually where it was originally at. It was a part of Mauritania, parts of Morocco, parts of Algeria. And that was the ancient Ghanaian empire that was revolving around education and gold and salt, you know, and that history of the Moorish Empire spanned across West Africa. And you can look at, you know, and see where majority of enslaved Africans came from. It was off that Gold Coast, right? Or what they call it. It was off that Ivory Coast, the Senegal River, right? Parts of Angola, and majority of them kind of went to South America. Only about, and you can look this up, Henry Louis Gates, the director of the African American department at Harvard, said only about 400,000 Africans made it to America between 1619 and 1865. And my brother L7 was saying earlier, whether you have African or native ancestry, it's really understanding that we've been coming back and forth since we can walk over here. So it's really understanding that discipline is embedded in us. We debase ourselves from it. We debase ourselves from the things that we know is not right. I mean, we at least know is right. And I believe that no matter if you are in the streets gangbanging, you know what's right. But our personal interests get in the way of what is right. We confuse ourselves. So when it comes to understanding what needs to be done, again, it's a system. If we want to get rid of a system, we can't come with just a mechanism. We have to come with a much more powerful system. Peace.
Digging that. And I think it's a natural progression to L7, actually. I'll read a little bit of your bio and then give you kind of like second to last question-ish. So Sev Shadroner, aka L7, is an artist that utilizes creativity to engage restorative justice, social equality, and mental health through poetry, music, and creative workshops. Through his program organization, Roots to Branches, he has been facilitating conversations around implicit bias, indigenous, and immigrant rights, as well as self-identity. So it's unique that we had that thought of civilization and culture because I'm wondering, how do you feel music can influence the new version of, let's say, melanated civilization, if we were to keep that theme going? How
Yeah.
can we use our music to influence the next?
So music has always been influential. Music in America has always been made by us. We are the biggest influence of all music that comes out of America. And one of the things that we did is we gave our power up within the industry. And we gave up the power, we gave up our voices. And when we gave up our voices, we gave up our influence. So what's happening right now in the music industry is that it's dying. Actually, the system is dying, if you really want to get down to the root of it. Like in the Bible, it talks about the apocalypse, and apocalypse means the unveiling. And what's happening is the system is being unveiled, and it's like actually showing that it's weak and it's dead. But the thing about an apocalypse is that if you're proactive and you're smart about your business and you're not sucking on the teat of the old system that is dying, you can actually make something new. And right now, there is a lot of young artists who see the opportunity, who are capitalizing on that opportunity. So that's us taking back our narrative. So like when you think about some of the artists like whoever, I don't even have to throw any names out, whoever's popular right now, who's following the most popular trend, they're following the popular trend because they are financially gaining prosperity from that trend from record labels. But the record labels have them locked in 360-degree deals, right? So me personally, I've always been able to navigate as an independent artist and make money off of what I do as an artist without ever having to be connected to anything. And it's looked down upon because everybody is looking for popularity and celebrity within it. But if we think money first, and I'm not just talking about music, if we think money first, if we think finance first, if we think business first, like my brother right here, like you come from a rich culture of business-minded people, right? We know that us at the root of who we are, we're very business-minded. When we get outside of the constructs of always relying on someone, we can actually take back more of the prosperity than we lost. So within the melanated conversation of who we are as creators and who we are as artists, if we see the opportunity and capitalize off the opportunity, then we can actually build a whole new narrative within the music industry. There's a lot of souls that have been sold within the game. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but there's a lot of contracts that have taken souls of people. And like these souls have been taken in collecting souls, right? So we have like this toxic narrative that has been perpetuated when we sold music out in the 1980s. When hip hop decided to go ahead and sell the music industry out, we sold ourselves out. And when we sold ourselves out, we sold the ownership out, we sold the publishing out, we sold everything out, the writers out. And now you got streaming services like Spotify, who they're not even making money because they're owned by the record labels. So the record labels own everything right now. The best thing that an artist can do is to take ownership of their fan base. And then within taking ownership of that fan base, guide that fan base to prosperity by giving them knowledge, by giving them information, because the tool of art itself is such a powerful thing. It can educate or it can actually break down a community, and it's been proven over and over and over and over and over again. In hip hop, you know, I'm an 80s baby. So because I grew up through the 80s into the 90s into the 2000s, I literally seen the narrative change from hearing people like KRS-One and hearing people like Public Enemy to NWA. And like, I'm not knocking NWA. They did have a significance in like the game, but I seen the change. I heard the narrative change. I seen the actual like toxic things that they were pushing into it. But when hip hop was at its purest form, it was educating. It was freeing. It was actually like teaching us about who we were and where we were from, which is why they had to take it over. And, you know, I'm also from a generation where it wasn't cool to be sounding like anybody else. So right now, they're just making commodities. They're making packaged artists. Exactly. Copy and paste artists. So the copy and paste formula, I feel like in this new generation that's coming up, y'all who are coming up, y'all are kind of challenging that copy and paste narrative in the ways that you're approaching it. You don't feel like that?
I mean, I've started to see, like, I know this one woman artist, Caribou. She's pretty good, but I feel like the women artists, they just be selling their bodies off, and you know that kind of builds like a kind of mindset in the women's minds that we see. You know, like the City Girls, they did a lot of damage about that. I'm not even gonna lie, but like, you know, they want to act like they want to act outside of themselves. I'm not gonna name call, but you know,
Sure.
they just want to do all that. So man, you know, like it's not like one sided here, but you know, both of them, like I know the biggest dude right now would probably be like the EBK scene, EBK Jabo or something like that. You know, he's doing his thing, and I ain't gonna name call, bro, but like I feel like I mean, goddamn, I feel like they just destroying the narrative of what you're supposed to be like as a man. Like as a man, you're not supposed to disrespect your woman or, you know, call her outside her name. You know what I'm saying? Like she should be your most important, you know, piece of the household. Like she's holding you down, and you got to do the same for her. You know what I mean? And I mean, I don't know. When I hear it, I'm like, I guess, but like everybody just be bumping it. Like, and it's crazy. Everybody be rocking with it too. And I feel like everybody sleep. I'm like, I don't know. I should start speaking more, but every time I do, like people just knock me down like I'm a lame, you know, and I be like, yo, you know, like, like, do y'all think, you know, can we put on some Kendrick? Could we put on some Cole? Could we put on like anybody else, bro? Like, why we listening to this lame stuff, bro? Like, this stuff is not doing nothing. And I mean, that's all. I'm starting to yap now.
No, I agree with
fault,
you.
my fault,
I agree
gang.
with you. But like, I mean, we have 2 young artists in here right now that are pushing out independently. You know what I'm saying? And like, that's what I'm saying by really connecting to the independent movements, because the independent movement is really the new wave. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of music that's not getting pushed through record labels right now. And if we support those in the ways that we supported J. Cole, in the ways that we've supported Kendrick, in the ways that we support whoever is popular right now, I think it could change the whole game, because there's a lot of artists taking their music off of streaming services right now. You know what I'm saying? If you take it off the streaming services, then where you have to go? You got to go directly to the artist. And if you're going directly to the artist and then you're showing your friends, like, yo, check this person. Like La Russell is a good example of that, you know?
Yeah, she got a question back.
I just wanted to make a comment to all of this, like the concept of what you're talking about. I want to just verbally say out loud, because I had to tell this to a group of my students one day. And I'll use this as an example. It was right after the Trump election. And I had a student who came in, and my students are adults. She came in and she was so upset. She's like, we had no choices. And I said, here's the fact. On the ballot, there were 7 choices. One of them was actually a blank space where you could write in who you wanted for president. Can you imagine if people actually took themselves out of the mental box, they put themselves in and wrote in the person that they wanted? How would that election have turned out? So to this conversation about how you make your money, the reality is money is the currency, the energetic currency that we use in this world, on this planet. And changing your perception about money is first. Then understanding, because it is energy, it's a reflection of who you are internally. So you are always in control. People are always in control of where they put their money. And that is always true. That is always true. So no one is stealing or taking anything. That is how you change
That's
system.
true.
You put your mind into your money, and you put your money where you want to see the change. So I just wanted to.
So
yeah, that was powerful.
Cool.
Thank you.
So look, that
off of what you said for why I do music, right? Like you said, it's like a copy and paste, right? Just like rapping on the beats. Those beats is the same rhythm beats, just like this, the vibrations, the beat is the main vibration. You know what I mean? So if that's coming from the different motions of one of the producers of wanting to be this producer and this producer because this is the attraction that they need for views or streams on it, right? Okay, now let me run it back though on why I did music. Jalen, right? Jalen, my mom told me from the get-go, Jalen is a music bird. I didn't do music my whole life. 3rd grade, wrote a rap. 4th grade, won a talent show. Got accepted to go to the high school talent show in 4th grade, won 3rd place. I ain't start rapping till after 7th grade. 7th grade is when I started reflecting on J Swag. Long story short, money. That's another thing why and how I impact people the way I impact people and other artists or rappers can't impact people how I can, because it's genuine and I'm not there for money. I'm not there for the concepts of oh, the appreciation of me. I like seeing the appreciation. I like appreciation. I like showing my appreciation to what I came from, if that makes sense. That falls deeper into me learning, like me being put in this room and him saying what he's saying about on everything that I love. Ancestors was a thick, it was a thick line with me. And the reason why I say a thick line is because it's always ran in my life. I always had somebody to talk to. I didn't specifically believe in Jesus, but I believe it was a God. It was something that I'm talking to that's answering. Then that turned into plenty of more energies turning into where I actually came from, America or Africa. Now, this is me being young. Me being 17, I can speak it now. That's the difference. It's the same, it's the same me. I can just speak it. I can, my vocabulary is not where it's at and my history is not where it's at, but it's on purpose. Just like grabbing the attention from the fan base, a fan base has to be a genuine fan base. If it's not a genuine fan base, it's going to break off. That turns into networking. Just like she said, stepping in the room, realizing, first of all, that right there is that's your choice to actually realize that this is networking. Who I'm talking to right here, this is different sparks. What we was talking about in the last minute spark. You have a different spark. You got a different spark. You got a different spark. Faces. I remember faces. Color. I remember my but I don't go based off that. But I had to learn that, and that goes with learning myself, and that goes with me learning myself. That turned into my path. My path turned into genuineness, and that genuineness turned into people reflecting on it. People reflecting on it turns into them reflecting their path, then forming their path. Then that turns down into their generation, but still my generation, if that makes sense. So it's powerful. It's deeper than
I mean, I want to click on her point real quick, like who we choose to focus on, and who we, try to shed light on, because the media will shove anything in your face. Like, for instance, when people think of like Africa, they'll be like, oh, it's so muddy over there, dirty, I mean, there's parts, but there's parts like that in America too as well. You know what I'm saying? It's like what you focus on, you feel me? So if we started, like shedding light on artists like my boy Jay Swag, like, you know what I'm saying, on people like y'all doing stuff that's speaking a message, then yeah, we could see a shift. But we just gotta tap into that, that changing what the media is just putting out, and to be honest, the media controls people's minds for real. Like that's the whole purpose. I mean, but yeah, I'm just like, I'll leave you with one message, just like consciously choose who to focus on, know what you feeding yourself, and like know who you supporting, you feel me? And if you're not, like, if you rocking with it just to be cool, bro, like use a lane, bro. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You just like use a week. You feel me? On God, don't be a follower.
follow is when you know you can get good obstacles, reasonable obstacles that you can analyze on and reflect on to better your path and better your generation.
Facts. Facts. So, that's all. I'll pass the mic.
Thank you. Thank everybody. And I just feel this is the start. I've had different people come up to me and say, well, how do we keep this going? I think that's a great question, but I think it goes back to intention. We gotta decide who the tribe is, and we all have those respective reasons. But I do want to take a quick moment to just recognize some of the tribal folks on a financial level, because it did cost money to get food and get people and do all those things. So I just want to shout out the Denver Foundation, specifically the Denver Economic Development and Opportunity Fund, No Easy Props, Montbello Power Advocates is in the building. They're all around us. In fact, Montbello Power Advocates, they were the ones that directly supported just a lot of these ideas for me personally over the 5 years now. So definitely love y'all for just being here in this capacity. Greater Denver Cares, they're always looking towards Black excellence. Montbello Organizing Committee, super duper dope folks. They're actually building a 97 affordable housing unit complex right down the street. So they're doing some major things. Bodies of Culture, they were another one of our sponsors as well. And of course, I'm Bubba Peace, co-founder of Peace Medi Moves. And I just want to mention our mission, which is to develop compassionate beings through wellness disciplines, mindfulness, and martial arts. So when I ask those questions about discipline, it's because, for me, I came up in that single parent household, but then I saw the marriage 3 different times, right? So even if people are getting married, that doesn't mean you're always disciplined enough to sustain it. And for anybody who, Francis, like when that family comes apart, that's trauma on the kids, that's trauma on the adults. It's hard. I've been there, Sev's been there, and some of you in the back, y'all might be there as well or have been there. But the reality is we can still create the villages that are going to uplift us and create a new civilization, a new culture that is more, I would just say, holistic and healthy for the melanated man, woman, child being. So with that, I just want to thank everybody for participating in our panel, and we're getting ready to transition into some dinner. And Francis, you think we could do like a concluding, just drum it out sort of deal? Cool. So if anybody wants to join in the drum circle one last time, we just getting ready to drum it up. Feel the spirit, connect with one another on the heart. Paul. There it is, Laurel. I see you. Oh, there's a chair right there.
Need more jazz players and blues players. Everything ain't gotta be rap, bro. Expand our palette.
And but to your point, and you just mentioned Andre, but to your point, and I think it's a beautiful way to look back to Francis and maybe Seven to some extent. It's like we make money not by rapping a lot of times. So Francis like literally has these drums and he's making money drumming, helping people heal that trauma. So you're right, Mario. It's like we don't have to all be rappers. Some of us are griots in another form. There it is.
So this one, you guys have been not music
But instead of clapping on our own, we're gonna clap with each other to complete this energy, right? So let's be careful. I mean, we can. So when we go, gonna bring your hand into mine. All right, like that. We clap. So clap like we're playing party game, right? We're gonna have fun with it. Just make sure you don't slap it. All right. All right. So do we get it? Yeah, it's gonna take a lot of coordination. So here's what we're gonna do, right? So if you're sitting on the left, right, the person sitting on the left is gonna clap your hand. The person sitting on your right, you're gonna clap your hand. Does that make sense? So left, clap your hand. Right, I clap your hand. All right. So left claps my hand, right, I clap the hand. So you're gonna open and then we go, right? And so does that make sense? Let's practice, let's practice, let's practice, let's practice, let's practice, let's practice. All right. Right? Yeah. So when we're doing brain work, this is where coordination and neurological experience come in, right? We're rewiring the brain in terms of things that you're not really used to, right? New experiences create new neural pathways. So that's what we're gonna do. So again, right, you are slapping the hand. Left, you are slapping my hand. All right. So does that make sense? We're good? We're good? We're good? You feel good about it? All right. Yeah, we got this. Come on, people. We have rhythm in us. We've been clapping since, human race started. So let's do this. So we're gonna boom, 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 pa, boom, 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 pa, boom, 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 pa. Got it? want you to let your drum face out, please, and then tilt it. Good. All right. 1, 2, go. Be careful. All done. So thank you very much again for participating. Again, this is not just to have fun, but the connection that it creates, the energy, the vibration that we talked about, that we all feed off of each other, and the community that we created. So thank you, Baba, for this opportunity again. I love what you're doing, and I think it's always important. This week I've had a lot of discussion with regards to this idea of if you're an African, you're different from African American. And I remember having a conversation just yesterday with an organization, and I said, you know what? I think it's the system that has perpetuated this idea of difference between Africans and African Americans. Because that is the same thing they did during colonization, the Hutus and the Tutsis, all of the unfortunate incidents that have happened on my continent, on our motherland. It's really the idea of the unity being taken away from us. Somebody said, I mean, if we as a people stood and fought together, whether you are from the motherland or your ancestry was brought here and you have no idea what your culture is, we are here as one human race to work together and to fight that systemic division of we are different people. We are not. We are cut from the same cloth. And so I want us to, anytime you are faced with this notion that somehow you are different from, oh, he's an African, is different. We are not different. And please do not let the system or the language they use keep us driving us apart, because we are all the same. I mean, look at some of you. How many of you have played djembe before today? How many of us have played this drum before today, right? And some of us who haven't played, because the music is in your blood, you just picked it up right away. And so for me, my admonition is, let's all get together and work together as one people. And we can never be conquered if we continue to do that. So thank you. Yeah, there's a bag underneath your seat.
You like playing it? Huh?
Oh my god. Yeah, you have Oh no. Rasta. Yeah.